I would like to open this hearing by acknowledging that the City of Hamilton is situated on the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which is an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabeg to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that the land on which Hamilton sits is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Many council appearing on the hearing today are in Toronto, which are on the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and most recently, the Mississaugas of Credit River. Today, this meeting place is still home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and I am grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. Commissioner, we have our witness today, Mr. Zagaric. Before he is sworn, I'd also like to file an affidavit that Commission Council has prepared for another witness, and which all council have reviewed and have agreed does not require any examination. This is the affidavit of Stephanie Paparella. And registrar, it is RVH 1014. And by my count, we are on exhibit 170. So I'd ask that be the next exhibit, please.
Noted, Council. Thank you. Sorry, Council, would you like me to put the document up on screen?
No, it's just filing it into the record. Thank you.
Okay.
And with that, we can turn to our live witness for today, Mr. Zagaric, who has not yet been sworn.
Good morning, Mr. Zagaric.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you to affirm your evidence, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to start with some questions about your professional background, employment history, and education. So I understand that you've been employed with the City of Hamilton since August 2001. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I understand that you are currently the General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services.
That's correct.
You first began in that role in January of 2013.
That's correct.
You were in that role, General Manager, Finance and Corporate Services, until the summer of 2018, when you were appointed Interim City Manager. Is that right?
That's right.
And you held the role of Interim City Manager for approximately 9 or 10 months, from August or July of 2018 to May 2019. Is that right?
That's right.
During that time, was the General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services role still your home position?
It was my home position, but it was backfilled. There was an acting General Manager of Finance Corporate Services, Mr. McMullen. Mr. McMullen held a director position within that department. And so he was providing coverage during the period I was interim city manager.
Okay. And so in May of 2019, you went back to your role of General Manager, Finance and Corporate Services, and Mr. Mullen went back to his former role. Is that right?
That's correct.
Prior to becoming General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services in 2013, I understand you held a number of positions within the Corporate Services Division or its predecessor divisions, however they were named. Is that right?
That's correct.
I have a list in descending order: Director of Financial Planning, Manager of Planning and Policy, Senior Policy Advisor, and Senior Financial Analyst. Is that right?
That's right.
Great. So what is your educational background?
I have a degree in economics and business administration.
And do you have any professional designations?
I don't.
So my questions today are going to focus on the time when you were in the role of interim city manager. Before we get into the more fact-specific questions, I'd like to get a sense of your transition from your home role into the role of interim city manager, and then your responsibilities in that role. So let's start with the transition. I understand you took over as interim city manager from Chris Murray, who was a city manager from 2009 to July or August of 2018. Is that right?
That's correct.
How did you come to take over this role?
I was approached by Mr. Murray, who expressed a desire for me to consider the interim city manager role. I was wanting to be supportive to the corporation and to our senior leadership team. And again, I accepted the offer, and if I recall correctly, council appointed me interim city manager in July of 2018.
Mr. Murray formally left the city manager role on August 13, 2018. Did you start as city manager, interim city manager at that time, or was there a period of overlap between you and Mr. Murray?
So again, if I recall correctly, council appointed myself interim city manager in July. However, we had some scheduled family time, some vacation time in July, and that led to my assuming the interim position in a transition in late July and in August.
Okay, so that puts your overlap as a couple of weeks. Is that right?
That's correct.
What was the transition like from Mr. Murray to you?
So recognizing that I was a member of senior leadership team, I did have some familiarity with respect to priority projects, our strategic plan, the work that senior leadership team collectively were working towards. The transition from Mr. Murray to myself entailed a series of meetings and conversations, principally with the work that Mr. Murray was supporting and providing as a liaison to the community. So Mr. Murray, as city manager, would represent the city of Hamilton and the corporation with community partners. That can include institutional, which are education, health sector. I didn't have familiarity with respect to his role at those tables, and that represented the focus of our transition.
Okay. That being the externally facing aspects of the role?
Yes.
Were you given any briefings by Mr. Murray or his staff specific to the Public Works Department?
None specific to the Public Works Department. No.
Were you giving any briefings specific to the Red Hill or the Link?
No.
Were you told, or did you see any schedule or agenda about the work that was ongoing or planned on the Red Hill or the Link?
I wasn't told, and I didn't follow closely the Public Works Standing Committee agenda. And so while there might have been reports being brought forward or had been brought forward, it wasn't a practice of mine to follow closely the agenda items at that standing committee, as I didn't personally report through that standing committee.
Okay. And it wasn't part of the transition process to get you up to speed on the schedule or the agenda for that committee?
It wasn't, no.
Prior to taking on the interim city manager role, do you recall any discussion with Mr. Murray or anyone else about past safety improvements to the road or outstanding OBL items relating to the Link or the Red Hill?
I don't.
Did you have any knowledge or awareness about complaints or concerns related to the Red Hill at the time you became city manager?
Any knowledge I would have had would have been general knowledge, just living in the community and subscribing to media, print media. It would have been just general knowledge with respect to occurrences on the expressway.
And when you say general knowledge, what was your general knowledge about occurrences on the expressway?
So again, just having read or heard of injuries, fatalities on the expressway, just information that would have been available to the general public.
Okay, and in particular, there was some fatalities over time on the Red Hill. Is that what you're referring to?
So my recollection is that that information was reported publicly in the past, and that's what I'd be relying on or referring to.
Okay. Had you heard that some users of the Red Hill viewed it to not be light enough, but not be illuminated enough?
I don't recall that particular detail. I'm not sure that I had that appreciation as to all of the issues or factors or concerns with respect to the roadway.
Okay. Did you personally drive on the Red Hill?
I did, in that our mother was, her home was in the immediate vicinity of the Red Hill on the link.
Before becoming interim city manager, what, if any, direct involvement did you have with any Red Hill related, with anything related to the Red Hill?
Principally around the financing of Red Hill related or roadway related projects. So wearing that treasury hat, it would have been interaction with public works staff as it relates to their proposed projects, including Red Hill or Link projects, either infrastructure capital or operating. So principally around treasury issues.
Okay. And do I take from that in your home role as general manager of finance and corporate services, you were involved in the process to budget out capital works?
That's correct. We would have conversations with city departments regarding their priorities, either capital or operating, and with a desire to understand the nature of those, as we have a variety of funding sources. So we needed to better understand the nature of the projects to determine if they're capital, if they're operating, if they're capital, an appropriate source of funding as it relates to those projects.
Okay. Did you have any involvement in actually setting out the items to be budgeted, or was it really set by the time it came to you in terms of getting it through the budgeting process?
The setting of priorities, maybe I'll differentiate between operating and capital. With respect to capital, the setting of the priorities are determined by the programmers, by the program areas. They set priorities. We interact with the program areas, again, to understand the priorities, to try to align the appropriate financing tools. With respect to the operating, each department sets priorities in part in alignment with the strategic plan. And then as a member of senior leadership team, we did and we do deliberate on business cases and council referred, so potential enhancements or improvements to programs and services.
Okay, and as a member of the senior leadership team, before you took on the interim city manager role, do you recall any discussions about any item related to the Red Hill?
I don't, with just the exception of any planned or programmed capital works, principally around the capital program.
Okay, and do you have a specific recollection of having discussions about planned or programmed capital works on the Red Hill?
I do recall some conversations just in regards to general road programs, and that we do leverage gas tax funding from the federal government. So just trying to understand the various road components as to how we can apply federal gas tax funding. So principally with respect to that financing lens.
Okay. Do you recall any discussions at the senior leadership team before you became interim city manager about resurfacing the Red Hill?
I don't.
Turning now to your role as interim city manager, and I may slip and just say city manager. I do recognize the role as interim. Can you describe your day-to-day roles and responsibilities?
So as it relates to being a liaison between the administration and council, there were occasional meetings with elected officials, the mayor, or councillors to listen to issues that elected officials may have, and being a conduit to the program areas in regards to how we were acting or actioning on those issues. As a member of senior leadership team, being a lead member of the senior leadership team, working with the senior leadership team with respect to strategic initiatives or projects, ensuring there's alignment with the various program areas where there may be a shared objective, ensuring that the various program areas were working in collaboration towards those common objectives. During the interim period as well, I did continue to hold on to some of the roles or functions of the general manager of finance corporate services. We were entering into the budget process, and given my familiarity of having led that process for a number of years, and given the priority of the budget and that process, I did continue to carry some of those responsibilities supported by Mr. McMullen. So again, still preserving some of those responsibilities. And then as issues would arise, I would either assist in terms of coordinating responses or coordinating meetings to discuss potential resolutions to issues.
Can you explain briefly what the relationship is between council and the city manager? Besides being a liaison, is there how would you identify that relationship?
I would describe it as a direct relationship, in that the city manager is there to support council as it relates to their priorities, being available to council to understand issues that may be arising either within wards for councillors, or as it relates to the mayor, any broader issues of interest to the mayor, attending meetings, A, to listen, B, is to act upon any action items that may arise to those meetings. So again, being a direct support to the mayor and all councillors.
And you mentioned the senior leadership team. You've mentioned that already. Just in a bit more detail, who reported directly to you in the role of interim city manager?
It would have been all the general managers of the departments, as well as within the city manager's office. It would have been our director of corporate, I believe it was, the title was corporate initiatives and communications, as well as human resources, as well as the city auditor.
Okay, so all of those three that you just listed at the end, those are not in their own departments that have general managers. They're in the city manager's division?
Yes. So those directors within the city manager's division, as well as the leadership of each of the departments.
Okay. What were your expectations about the types of issues that your general managers would raise with you versus those that did not need to be brought to your attention?
So typically, I would have monthly meetings with general managers, and they would just provide me progress reports with respect to initiatives that I was familiar with. They would identify issues, whether they were resource issues or if there were some challenges with respect to the timing and delivery of issues. With respect to new issues that could be arising, I would expect general managers to identify what those issues are and just give me a sense in terms of the challenges that those issues have or the opportunities, whether those opportunities may align with existing priorities as set out by council through the strategic plan. So again, I would interact monthly, one-on-one with general managers, but we would have senior leadership team meetings as well, about every 2 weeks.
Would your report sometimes bring issues to your attention outside the format of your one-on-one meetings or the senior leadership team meetings?
Yep. I'll note it was pre-pandemic, so we had far more opportunities to meet in person. So there would be conversations before meetings, after meetings, hallway conversations, or there could be emails or phone calls identifying issues.
Okay. The city solicitor, who was Nicole Audie at the time, did she report to you in your role as interim city manager?
Not directly, no. Her direct report would have been to the interim general manager of finance and corporate services.
So your home position?
That's correct.
And so as a result of her reporting relationship to your home position, I assume there that she, prior to your move into the new role, she reported to you when you were in your home position. Is that right?
That's correct.
And had you worked with her for some time?
I believe in 2017, there was a restructuring of legal services and risk management, as well as our clerks division from the city manager's office into corporate services. So that was 2017. And if I recall, Ms. Audie started with the city and then around 2017. So again, when she joined the city of Hamilton, I think it coincided or was close to the timing of the reorganization.
Over the course of your evidence today, I'm going to ask you about some of your interactions with Ms. Audie. Did you find that you dealt with her more directly because you'd had as interim city manager than you might otherwise have had if you didn't have this pre-existing reporting relationship with her?
Yeah, I believe that's a fair statement. It's given the familiarity and given that Ms. Audie and I work closely together within the finance and corporate services portfolio, is I was available to Ms. Audie and she was also available to support me as interim city manager.
Okay. And what did you understand about her reporting relationship, either to the operational side of the corporation or to the governance side of the corporation?
So as it relates to the general manager of finance corporate services, the general manager has a responsibility over the administrative oversight of the city solicitor, and that would be performance appraisals, meetings with the city solicitor in regards to work plans and the progress of work plans, resource issues. And so there was that regular check-in administrative function, but as well, the city solicitor has a unique role, as do some other legislative positions within the city of Hamilton or Ontario municipalities, in that they are solicitor to the corporation, which is council. And so there's that direct conduit to council and that direct relationship to council as well.
Thank you. So you've mentioned the senior leadership team a few times. Who formed part of the senior leadership team by role, not by name?
By role, our general manager, and I'll refer to department now, Healthy and Safe Communities, general manager of Planning and Economic Development, our general manager of Public Works, the general manager of Finance Corporate Services, our executive director of HR, and our director of communications sat in, I would say not as a formal member of senior leadership team, but a regular participant at senior leadership team meetings.
Okay. And I think you said that the senior leadership team meetings were typically held every couple of weeks.
Typically, there would be some changes to that routine. There are particular seasons, particularly around budget season, where there would be competing demands on calendars. So the meetings would be less frequent.
Okay. Who created the agendas for discussion at senior leadership team meetings?
It was collaborative in that if there was an issue that general managers identified as priorities, they would reach out to the executive assistant, to the city manager to add those items to the agenda. I would add items to the agenda. So somewhat of a collaborative approach with senior leadership team.
Okay, I'm going to go into our overview document now and ask you some questions with reference to documents. Registrar, could you pull out OD 9A, page 130, please? Mr. Ziegler, can you see that full screen plus our windows where our images are?
Ms. Lawrence, can I ask, can we enlarge that image a bit?
We'll be able to call out a document, so you can always ask if I haven't called something out.
Okay.
This is as big as this gets in this way, but it may be partly your view.
I can't see the image yet.
You can see the image? Okay.
Okay.
Registrar, could you bring up 131 as well? So this is just a tech test. Can you see both the images plus our screen, but plus our images?
I can.
Great. Registrar, you can close 131. Thank you. And if you could call out paragraphs 314 to 316, please. Mr. Zagaric, how's that?
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll keep doing that, but do remind me if I haven't done that for you.
Thank you.
So the inquiries received information that the city clerks received an FOI request, 18189, on November 8, 2018. And you'll see Ms. Watson from the office of the city clerk, the access and privacy officer there. She emailed Nancy Wunderlich referencing the receipt of this FOI. And then the FOI, the actual specific question, is in 315. Do you recall when you first became aware of that the city had received this FOI request?
I'm going to suggest somewhere around this time period. The issue first came to my attention through a phone call from Mr. McKinnon, and I believe it was just prior to this time period. But what I can't recall is whether that phone call made reference to an FOI process or simply made reference to the Red Hill Expressway.
Okay, why don't we talk about that phone call with Mr. McKinnon? When do you recall that phone call occurred?
I believe it was in and around November 8th or 9th, but I can't definitively say it was either of those days or one of those particular days.
Okay. And do you remember what you were doing when you received the phone call?
I was actually in transit. I was in transit to attend a personal commitment. And for that reason, it was a very brief phone call. And again, I don't recall the specific details of that phone call.
Okay. What do you remember about that phone call that makes it stick out to you such that you think it might be related to this FOI?
I do recall reference to the Red Hill Valley Parkway. But again, I don't recall if Mr. McKinnon spoke to an FOI as it relates to the Parkway or might have raised it in some other context.
Okay. And what did Mr. McKinnon raise with you as it related to the Red Hill?
He did raise the need to have a further conversation or meeting with respect to the Parkway. Again, it was a conversation of a matter of minutes. And again, I believe it was simply to identify an issue and to request a follow-up.
Okay. Was it common for Mr. McKinnon to call you to speak to issues outside of your formally arranged meetings with him?
Phone calls not necessarily common, but again, this was pre-pandemic, so we had far more opportunity for in-person interaction. So less common, but again, phone calls or text messages was a channel of communication.
Did you exchange text messages particularly with Mr. McKinnon?
Occasionally, not regularly. Again, principally, we did rely on in-person conversations. We were frequently attending meetings together, council meetings, standing committee meetings. So it was more frequent to have in-person conversations, less frequent to have phone calls. And I would say I would rarely rely on text messages. It would be principally emails or in-person conversations.
Thank you. And is that true with respect to Mr. McKinnon in particular, or just that's at your general practice?
General practice.
Did you perceive any sense of urgency from Mr. McKinnon to have that follow-up meeting?
I don't recall urgency in Mr. McKinnon's tone. And so I do recall the request for a follow-up meeting or conversation. But again, I don't recall any urgency either in the tone or any messaging from Mr. McKinnon in terms of having a urgent or immediate follow-up to our conversation.
Thank you. You can close the call out. Register, if you could go to page 140, 149. And call out 351, please. On November 12 at 4:55, you emailed Darlene Barber. I think that's your executive assistant. Is that right?
That's correct.
Under the subject line urgent meeting. And you'll see this goes on to the next page. So this is cut off here, but you ask for a meeting with yourself, Mr. McKinnon, Mr. Sabot. And Registrar, could you close that down? And just pull out the top of 150. Subject MFIPA Expressway, preferably tomorrow or Wednesday. Thanks. You can close that down, Registrar. By November 12th at 4:55, is it fair to say you were aware that there was an MFIPA issue that Mr. McKinnon wanted to speak to you about?
Yeah, I would say based on this email and the subject matter, that would be fair.
Okay. Registrar, could you close OD9A and open HAM 61530, please? And if you could go to image 11, please. And if you could pull out November 12th. Sorry, if you can call out the square. Yes, thank you. Mr. Xerica, if you see right at the bottom, this is November 12th. It looks like you have a telephone call scheduled with Mr. McKinnon from 4:30 to 4:45. You see that?
I do.
Was this the follow-up call from the call that you received when you were in transit on November 8 or 9?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Sure. Was this the follow-up call after you had that call when you were in transit on November 8 or 9?
It may have been, but I can't say for certain that it is.
Okay, Registrar, you can close this down. So it looks like, and in fact, you can close the document down. So just looking at the timing, that was 4:30 to 4:45, and then 10 minutes later, you ask your assistant to arrange a call. Do you recall the discussion you had with Mr. McKinnon on November 12th before you asked your assistant to arrange a meeting with him and Mr. Sabot?
I don't recall the details of that conversation, no.
Okay. Before I move forward, I note that the document we were just looking at is not yet an exhibit, and I'd ask that it be made the next exhibit. It's HAM 61530, and it's exhibit 171.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Registrar, could you go back into OD9A, page 149 and 150, please? Registrar, could you pull out paragraph 352, please? So it looks like this meeting was eventually scheduled on November 13 from 7 to 7:30 p.m. Your list as an organizer, Mr. McKinnon, Mr. Sabot are required attendees, and Ms. McNeil was included as an optional attendee. Ms. McNeil here, just given the way the overview document is drafted, is a reference to Berdina McNeil. Did you know Ms. McNeil?
I did know Ms. McNeil as a member of our legal services team.
So going through that timeline, can you remember anything else that led you to schedule this call with this group of people?
With the exception of the phone call and the potential of the earlier meeting, I don't recall any other conversations as it relates to the Red Hill that might have triggered this meeting request.
Thank you. Ms. Barber circulated the calendar invite that said urgent in caps. Did you view, if you can recall, whether there was an urgency coming out to have this meeting coming out of your calls with Mr. McKinnon?
I don't recall that, but I will note that it is my practice occasionally to use the word urgent when dealing with my either executive assistant at that particular time or today my admin coordinator to identify the need for the meeting, the time sensitivity given the competing demands. So again, urgent might have been, I might have used the word urgent to send the message around time sensitivity.
Okay, so urgent being, can you please book in the next few days?
That's correct.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this call out. Do you recall why you wanted Mr. Sabot at this meeting?
I can't recall why I would have invited Mr. Sabot.
Okay, so Mr. Sabot is also in the Legal Services Department. The inquiry has information that Ms. McNeil at this time was assigned to assist with the response to the FOI that we looked at just a few moments ago. Do you know why she was included as an attendee?
I don't know.
Did the meeting that's referenced in that color invitation take place from 7 to 7:30 on November 13th?
I don't have recollection of that meeting now.
This time, was it unusual for you to book a meeting in the evening like this one?
Not normal practice, but given the timing, so November 13th, if I recall, it was just prior to our council orientation, and staff were working towards preparing for orientation of our newly elected council. And so again, calendars were full, time was in demand, and many competing requests on time. And again, at times I'll send messages around using terms such as urgent or time sensitive to suggest the need for an evening meeting. So they did occur occasionally, but it wasn't normal practice.
Okay. Registrar, can you call out paragraph 349 on page 149? So this is a transcription of a scanned copy of an email that has some handwritten notes on it. I'm not going to take you to the underlying document. These are not, as far as I can tell, your notes. I believe they're from a package from Debbie Edwards from Legal Services. But the notes on that email say in and around at the bottom, you'll see the date 11/13/18. It says subsequent disc with D. McKinnon, M. Zagaric, Ron plus Nicole re FOI request plus next steps. Do you recall meeting with Ms. Audie on the issue of the FOI request?
I do
during this time?
recall, yeah, I do recall meetings surrounding the FOI request. Around this time, I don't recall meetings with Ms. Audie as it relates to the FOI request. So again, I don't recall the specific date when it became clear to me that there was a FOI request as it relates to the expressway. What I do recall during those earlier times is conversations with Mr. McKinnon and our Mr. McGuire around the effort as it relates to the FOI request.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. McKinnon being at the very first meeting where you dealt with this with Mr. McKinnon?
Again, I can't recall who participated, who attended those meetings. Likely Mr. McKinnon attended, but I don't have direct recollection of his attending.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this call out. Did Public Works staff or legal services staff give you any written materials to review before this meeting on November 13th?
So again, I don't recall the details of the meeting, and I do not recall receiving any materials in advance of the meeting or in with the expectation around preparing for the meeting.
Okay, we certainly don't have any electronically. I'm just asking if you have any other.
I don't.
So recognizing your recollection of this meeting may be poor or non-existent, do you recall receiving information about the details of the FOI request? That is, that it related to friction testing on the Red Hill?
I don't recall receiving any details. I do recall meetings with respect to the FOI requests. And my recollection is those meetings spoke to consultant reports. I don't recall when it became clear to me that the FOI request was referencing friction as an issue. So again, in the early days, what I recall was consultant reports, and I recall conversations with respect to the effort as it relates to compiling the information.
Okay, so leaving aside the issue of friction for the moment, do you recall, and I'll use your words at these early meetings, that staff connected for you consultant reports and the information that was being requested as part of the FOI?
Staff definitely connected the consultant reports, and that what I recall was staff highlighting the volume of information that was being requested and the number of reports, keeping in mind that there was change in leadership. And so my sense was they were still orienting themselves with respect to all of the material and what material may be available. That's my recollection of those early days.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is that Mr. McKinnon raised with you an issue of an FOI request that was going to require staff to do a fair bit of work, including finding consultant reports. Was that the entirety of the information that they were raising with you, or was there anything else?
So again, my understanding of the issues at that time was that the FOI request dealt with the expressway. I don't recall having an appreciation as to the details of that FOI request. My recollection was it spoke to a series of consultant reports, and that staff were putting their minds to compiling that content or information to satisfy the FOI requests, and just concerns with respect to effort and capacity.
So in these early meetings, you don't recall being advised that there was something in this consultant report that was the reason that it was being raised to your level?
My understanding was it was being raised to my level because of the effort that was required as it relates to the FOI request, given the timelines as it relates to our FOI processes. And again, my understanding was just bringing to my attention the efforts. And again, given my past experience with FOI, I do recall raising with staff is the opportunity to reach out to the FOI office, knowing that there's opportunities to ask for extensions as it relates to bringing together all the information that may be required to satisfy an FOI request.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. McKinnon or any other attendee at these early meetings raising with you any sensitivity about any of the potentially responsive documents?
I don't know specifically when I understood that the documents included information that was not shared to council and to the community. So clearly at some point through these conversations that became clearer to me. But in the early days of these conversations, what I do recall, it was principally around the volume of information and the effort required.
Okay, so you say principally around the volume. Was it exclusively on that issue?
Yeah, I would say exclusively.
Okay. Recognizing it may be hard to nail down the particular time frame. When you say you're not sure when you understood the documents included information that had not been shared with council and the community, we can try to put some goalposts in terms of things that happened to try to orient you. But maybe we'll start with one. Did you know that before you went eventually to brief the mayor?
Yes, we did. Yeah.
Okay. So that was in mid-December. As we go through the chronology, I'll ask you at various times, but please, I invite you to just let me know if you can identify when you became aware of that sensitivity. Okay.
Okay.
So we know at this time that, and you've already made reference to it, that there was a new term of council, some newly elected council members following the election in October of 2018. How much of your time and attention was focused on the start of new council and the process that immediately unfolds once new council is installed?
So definitely the tail end of October, the first half of November, in preparation of the orientation for council. And I would say even prior to late November, in that I continued to provide a supportive role as it relates to the election process. That was part of corporate services, more specifically clerk's role. So in November, very much focused on the orientation, working with various leadership, Ms. Oddity and our acting clerk, Ms. Pilon, were supporting me in developing the orientation material and the agendas, working with staff in terms of coordinating that orientation for elected officials. It would have been, if I recall, a 2-day orientation period. And in addition to the orientation period, if I recall, there were a series of workshops as well for newly elected officials, recognizing some of the extraordinary challenges elected officials face post-inauguration, in that what is brought before them immediately are some immediate decisions needed to be made around the budget process. And so again, just compiling all that information in an effort to try to assist council, and as well, just recognizing that in 2018, we had 4 newly elected councillors, one councillor who was new in that there was a 4-year interruption in their term. So 5 out of 16. So we had about 30% turnover.
Thank you for that. I was in fact going to ask about that, that turnover rate. In your experience, was that a large number of new councillors to have to orient?
I don't know that it was a large number. Again, I can't recall whether in previous elections, I don't recall turnover in excess of that level in previous elections during my time with the city, but I can't characterize it as different from previous elections.
Thank you. So going back to the chronology, in your interactions with public works staff and legal services staff. So it looks like the next time you meet with staff on the issue of the FOI and the Red Hill is December 6th. And we will certainly get there. There's a few events that happen between the meeting that is scheduled on November 13th and the meeting that is scheduled on December 6th. And so I'm going to just take you through and ask what you understood in the moment about those events. First, do you remember staff giving you updates coming out of the November 13th meeting before the December 6th meeting?
I do. I don't recall the details of those, but I do recall conversations. Again, your reference to goalposts, I would say those are reasonable goalposts in terms of when I became aware of the friction issue and the trade wind reports, in that I do recall leading up to early December conversations with Mr. McKinnon and Ms. Audie, recognizing that we were going to need to be before council to advise council with respect to the FOI request and the contents that are required to satisfy the FOI request. It was our previous practice to be before council and to advise them of these matters before they became public. So it was our understanding this information would be made public. Again, one of the challenges we were facing is again, reference to turnover of council, not a challenge, but a recognition that it would be best to provide complete information to council to ensure that they're well informed of the issue, and not only the issue, but the history surrounding the expressway, given some of the past reporting. And I wasn't familiar with the level and degree of past reporting. But again, relying on Mr. McKinnon and Ms. Audie, there was agreement that it required a wholesome report to council, and December was identified as a possibility. But very early on, I would say by late November, early December, we understood that to be too ambitious in terms of bringing this information together to council.
Mr. Sarah, I'm going to stop you there. Just for clarity, it's always hard when we're doing this virtual. Do you have notes in front of you that you're reading from?
No, I don't. No.
No, you're just looking down?
Yeah,
okay, I can't tell how you're organized?
Yeah, no.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. So I'm going to go through some of the things that you just said. I'm going to try to do it in terms of the chronology, and we'll certainly come back to some of the substance of what you just said. So on November 15th, so that's just a couple of days after that initial meeting that you had with Mr. McKinnon and others, city staff got an extension or asked for an extension on the FOI. Did you get an update about that around the time that it happened, that there wasn't as much urgency as there had been?
I might have, but I don't recall receiving that update, nor was I following that process, that FOI process.
Okay. On November 27, Mr. McKinnon and Mr. McGuire met with Mr. Moore, Gary Moore. Were you aware that meeting was going to take place?
I don't have recollection of that, no.
Okay, and were you updated or briefed about that meeting after it took place?
I don't recall being updated or briefed.
Okay, and I wasn't very precise with my language. I meant sort of immediately after, November 27 or November 28.
Yeah, I don't recall being updated or briefed in regards to that meeting, no.
Okay. Were you ever updated or briefed about that meeting with Mr. McKinnon, Mr. McGuire, and Mr. Moore?
I don't recall being updated or briefed with respect to that meeting, but I do know that Public Works were putting their minds to compiling the information as it relates to the FOI. But again, I don't recall being briefed with respect to that meeting or the outcome of that meeting.
Okay. Registrar, could you go to OD? Actually, can you go to a HAM document, HAM 27452, please? And if you could bring up the next page as well. Mr. Zagaric, this is a document that Mr. McKinnon prepared, and there's a few different versions of this over time. This one is from November 11, 2018. And Registrar, could you go to the next 2 pages? Thank you. I'm raising that just because that the diagram on the left-hand image might refresh your memory. Do you recall reviewing a summary from Mr. McGuire at any point?
I'm sorry, a summary from Mr. McGuire.
Do you recall reviewing a summary from Mr. McGuire? And do you recall, I'm asking now quite generally, at any point, do you remember receiving a written summary from Mr. McGuire about RHVP issues?
I recall receiving content around timelines and chronology, but that would have been much later, as
Okay.
in advance of February. But
So that
yeah.
I thought I'd ask the general question before asking the specific question. So this one is from November 11th. I suspect you would not be able to determine this one from some later one, but do you recall receiving a written summary from Mr. McGuire that included, for example, the diagram on the page that's up now? Or
no.
You don't remember that?
This does not look familiar to me.
Does not look familiar to you. Okay. Registrar, you can take this down. I was hoping that might be a goalpost to help you with the chronology. Okay, so there is a meeting that doesn't include you on December 3rd. Registrar, can you bring up OD 9A, page 177, please? So I'm starting here because it starts at the bottom. This is a meeting with Mr. McGuire, Ms. McNeil, and Ms. Cameron. You weren't at this meeting, and these are not your notes. But Mr. McGuire's notes of this meeting contain a reference to you. Registrar, could you, excuse me, could you bring up page 178 and 179, please? Thank you. So these are long. You don't have to review them. They're as I say, they're not your notes.
Okay.
But at the bottom of page 179 under point 6, Registrar, if you can see the left-hand side of the right-hand image, it says 5, 6, 7, 8 at the bottom. If you can pull out. I'm sorry, no, on the other side, the right-hand side. Yeah, exactly right there. Perfect, thank you. So this is Mr. McGuire and Ms. McNeil speaking, and there's a reference here. If there is a need to inform council of this matter, legal, Nicole, city manager Mike, and general manager Public Works Dan will decide on a strategic direction with Gord's input. So again, this is just a trying to goalpost what you knew when. It appears from this note that Mr. McGuire and Ms. McNeil don't have a sense that anything has been decided in terms of taking things to council. Is it likely that you had discussions with anyone in Public Works before December 3rd about what the next steps were going to be?
I do recall having conversations with Mr. McKinnon and Ms. Audie with respect to the litigation work and the litigation risk work that Ms. Audie was leading. I do recall somewhere around this period, again, I can't say definitively what that period is. It became clear to us that we needed to be before council to advise them of the information related to the FOI request that would be made public. And so again, in terms of timelines, I would say late November, early December would be a reasonable timeline in terms of determining that a public reports, being before council to advise them of this FOI request and the fact that the report would be made public.
Registrar, you can close this down, and if you could go to page 195 and 196 of this document, please. Registrar, if you could pull out paragraph 443 and 444, please. So, Mr. Zagaric, this is an email from Ms. Audie to you and to Mr. McKinnon. And she says, based on my conversations with Gord and Berdina today, and just as a note, this is the day after the meeting that Mr. McNeil and Mr. McGuire speak, which is the one we were just looking at. I think we need to get everyone together on the same page to discuss the totality of the reports and information on this issue and review options for next steps. I would propose Thursday afternoon. I would want John McClellan, Gord, Berdina, myself, plus anyone else you think should be there. And you reply to both of them saying, make it happen. So just at stopping there, does that assist you with whether you had discussions with Ms. Audie before December 6th, before this meeting that's going to be scheduled, or if those discussions that you're recalling happened after?
My recollection is that those conversations happened in and around this period. Again, maybe late November, early December. And again, it was with an understanding that the contents being requested as it relates to the FOI would be made public.
Before we move forward, I'm going to be taking you to a number of other people's notes as we go forward in time. We don't have many notes from you. Do you have a practice of taking notes at meetings?
So what I recognized during this interim city manager period is that staff often expected my attention to the conversations. And so it was not my practice to take notes. There might have been others in meetings to take notes. But again, what I recognized that staff typically expected my attention.
So we don't seem to have any notes from Ms. Audie, who is quite a regular note taker, with discussions with you and her before December 4, before this. Can you give us any other details about whether your discussions with Ms. Audie were ones where she was taking notes? Maybe that would be a helpful way to start.
I can't recall exactly which meetings Ms. Audie was taking notes. Again, probably something I wasn't monitoring in terms of note taking at the time.
Okay, Registrar, you can close this down. If you can call out 446, please. So you'll see this is the December 6th meeting being scheduled, the one I was speaking about, and the calendar invitation you sent to Mr. McKinnon, Mr. McGuire, Ms. McNeil, Mr. McClellan, and Ms. Audie. You can close that down. Again, just so that your evidence is very clear for the inquiry, do you recall having one-on-one discussions with Ms. Audie before meeting with this group on December 6th?
I don't have that recollection.
And what about with Mr. McKinnon, except for those phone calls that we spoke about earlier? Do you remember having one-on-ones with him before this larger group meeting?
I might have had general one-on-one meetings, just as it relates to our monthly meetings. But specific to this, to the Red Hill issue, I don't have that recollection.
Okay. So what I'm hearing from you then is that this group meeting may be the meeting that you're remembering being the start of the discussions about next steps. Is that right?
That's reasonable. I do recall December being a potential target date for reporting to council. And if I recall, that would have been somewhere in the middle of December. So this would be, in terms of lead up time to be before council, this would be a reasonable time period in advance.
Okay. Do you remember attending the meeting that you calendared here on December 6th?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that meeting?
I don't recall that. I don't recall the details of that meeting now.
Okay. And just for comprehensiveness, did you have any one-on-one meetings with Mr. McGuire before this larger group meeting?
No, and it would not have been my practice to have one-on-one meetings with directors exclusive of their supervisor. And so in this case, the general manager.
Thank you. That's helpful. I thought I should just ask for comprehensiveness. So you said that you don't have a recollection of this, the details of this meeting. Do you generally remember having, not specific details, but general recollection that you attended a meeting with these attendees in early December?
I do recall meetings in December in regards to this issue that would have included Mr. McKinnon and Ms. Audie, but I don't recall the December 6th meeting or details of that meeting.
Okay, so I've heard your evidence so far. I'm going to suggest to you that in terms of the documents, it doesn't appear that you are involved between November 13th and December 6th. Is that how you recall it, or do you recall something different?
I don't recall having specific meetings or conversations with the leadership around this issue. What I recall was leaving this in the hands of Public Works in terms of satisfying the requirements around the FOI process. And I don't recall checking in or having any check-ins with respect to that work. Okay.
So then we come to the December 6th meeting, and I think you said before you had questions about, you'd received concerns about the volume of the FOI compilation process. So going into this December 6th meeting, did you learn information about the details of the consultant report that was the subject of the FOI that you hadn't known before?
I don't know that I received information around the details, nor would I say that I understood the issue around friction. My understanding at this time was principally that the FOI process brought to light a report that was not shared broadly, including with council, and that it would be made public, and that as per a past practice, we should get before council to advise them of the report and the potential litigation risks as relates to that report.
What did Mr. McGuire tell you about how he found the consultant report, if anything?
I don't know that it was Mr. McGuire who told me about finding the consultant reports. It might have been Mr. McKinnon, but I do recall that it was in the context of the change in leadership within Public Works, and that I recall reference to the Red Hill repaving. But again, just very general terms was that staff were doing their work in advance of the repaving and reviewing various reports.
Okay, you said just a moment ago that the FOI process had brought to light this report that had not been shared broadly. Was that the information that was conveyed to you from Public Works staff, that the FOI request was how this issue came to light?
I don't recall staff, Public Works staff, specifically identifying the FOI process. And again, over this period of time, I can't recall specifically when it became clear to me that it was, and as it relates to preparing for the repaving of the project versus the FOI. But at some point, it became clear to me that the preparation leading up to the repaving of the projects and doing due diligence in terms of past reports led to the discovery of the report. But again, I can't recall when that became clearer to me. It might have been shared with me without my appreciation at that time. But again, at some point around this period of December, it became clear to me that there was a void in terms of how that information was broadcast and shared.
Okay. And the FOI process, to the extent that this report was going to be public through that process, that was shared with you, that the connection between the fact that it had not previously been shared to council, but the FOI request was a process in which it may become public.
Yeah, it was understood that that the report would be shared, and as it's shared, it could potentially be made public, not knowing who the applicant was, and again, the necessity to inform council.
Did you receive a copy of the Tradewin report in advance or at the meeting on December 6th?
I don't recall receiving a copy of the Tradewin reports in advance or at December 6th.
Do you recall when you received a copy of the Tradewin report?
I can't recall exactly when I received a copy of the Tradewin reports, but I don't recall requesting or receiving a copy in December. It may have been later in January that I recall having that report available.
Okay. Were you made aware at the December meeting that the Tradewin report was appended to another consultant report, the Golder report?
I don't recall that information or the details of that meeting.
Okay. When did you become aware that the Tradewin report was appended to another consultant report, the Golder report?
Again, I can't say definitively what that date would be. It may have been shared with me earlier, but I think I had a better appreciation somewhere in advance of our January 23rd meeting with council.
Okay, so are you clear in your mind sitting here today that you did not have the Tradewin report or the Golder report before you met with the mayor?
Yes, I am clear in my mind.
At December 6th meeting, did staff tell you anything about wet weather collision circumstances on the Red Hill?
Again, I don't recall staff getting into some of those operational or technical matters with me. I believe that the focus was more on the FOI and the consultant reports and the need to get before council.
Okay, so the focus was on the fact that this report might become public depending on who the requester was.
Yes.
And you had to manage that and go to council to update council about that. Is that what I'm
Yeah.
hearing? Yeah.
The importance of advising council that this information would likely be made public in the sense that it would have to be shared through the FY process and could be made more or shared more broadly in the public.
Why was it that you took the view that this information should be provided to council?
So again, my understanding was that it could contribute to litigation risks to the municipality. So that would have been one of the reasons of bringing it before council, and as well having some familiarity of the significance of this asset in terms of past conversations with council, but again, principally around the litigation matter.
Okay, and what did you understand the litigation matter to be?
Excuse me. So I understood that the contents in the reports could represent some risks to the municipality with respect to past claims or future claims.
What risk?
Just risks as it relates to litigation risks, as it relates to that, to the roadway.
Can you be more specific about what legal services identified for you the risk was?
I can't. What I recall was just simply the potential risks as it relates to ongoing claims and potentially new claims arising from the release of this information.
And so in your recollection, although you don't remember this meeting, you think all of that information was provided to you at the December 6th meeting? Or are you unclear about when exactly you received that information?
I can't be clear that that occurred on December 6th, but that timeline seems reasonable. And that originally we were targeting a December committee meeting to bring the information before council, before we realized that we were not ready to provide that comprehensive information before council.
Okay, so let's talk about that chronology. You said you were targeting to go to council. When did you make the decision to target to go to council in December?
I would say it was an intent to go to council. And if I recall, there was a council meeting in the middle of December that was being contemplated. But again, in consultation with Public Works, who were leading the technical work in regards to the FOI, and legal services, Ms. Audi and her team, who were leading the litigation work, it became quite clear that we would not be in a position to bring wholesome or fulsome information to council in December.
When you say you were targeting to go to council in December, when was that? When were you having the discussions to target the mid-December council date?
Again, my recollection was it would have been likely around this time period, early December. But again, it was a short period of time before we realized that we would not have been ready to present the information in December. So again, it was an initial conversation around the intent to be before council, identifying, reviewing calendars, and calendars were especially challenging because of the various committee meetings and the commitments on staff and council. But again, I would say it was a short window before staff realized that was too optimistic to be before council in December.
Okay. And do you recall, was it a discussion to go to council proper or to go to one of the standing committees of council?
I recall that being a conversation. And so recognizing that Public Works typically reports to Public Works Standing Committee, we as staff recognized some of the challenges of having fragmented or conversations with council if the technical information went to Public Works Standing Committee. Public Works Standing Committee does not, it's not composed of all elected officials. So you would not have all elected officials. So we saw that as a weakness to the Public Works Standing Committee process. And if I recall, there was some initial conversations with respect to council, and the city solicitor has that avenue as it relates to legal matters. But again, General Issues Committee, which is a working committee, referred to as a standing committee, would have allowed for a more wholesome, fulsome opportunity to bring information and provide answers to questions. So again, we were still setting our minds to which committees. And then again, this is in the context of recognizing that we had a number of councillors who likely had limited familiarity with the historical information surrounding the expressway.
Okay. And you said there was this short window in which you were trying to get to council in December before you realized that that was too optimistic. What in particular made that too optimistic?
What I recall is immediately after or soon after the December 1st inauguration, we had a series of scheduled committee meetings, principally, I believe, four or five around our rate budget, which is our water, wastewater, stormwater budget, our tax capital budget, and those tend to be all day committee meetings. And as they are budget GICs, we can't add agenda items that are not budget related. It would require a special GIC or a special committee meeting. So early December, we recognized too many competing demands. We had budget GICs, we had standing committees. And so if I recall, there was some conversation with respect to middle of December, recognizing City of Hamilton has a practice of a holiday shutdown end of December and not reconvening again till somewhere in the middle of January. So again, it would have been middle of December that we were originally discussing. But again, that my recollection was that was a short period of time before we realized that was too optimistic.
Okay. So I think you said it was too optimistic, and I think you also said we wouldn't be ready. So you went through the workload from the council perspective, and of course, staff have to support that workload. Were there discussions about the work that needed to be done by the staff involved in these discussions that would make going to council in December too optimistic?
Yeah, so thank you for the question, because it lets me expand upon that challenge, that constraint as well. So a number of the individuals who were supporting this body of work were also critical as it relates to those December committee meetings. So Mr. McGuire having a critical role as it relates to engineering projects. He would have had a critical role as it relates to those budget deliberations. In fact, if I recall, he was a presenter around asset management, in addition to being available to speak to likely hundreds of capital projects that were being presented from his division. As well, Ms. Audie was, as I mentioned previously, she was supporting the city manager's office and supporting our acting clerk and assisting with the orientation for council. So in November, I know Ms. Audie was consumed around the orientation. And in addition to the orientation, Ms. Audie would have had a role as well with respect to the corporate services departmental budget information that would have been compiled in December in advance of a January discussion.
Okay, so what I'm hearing from you is that that there were staff who were otherwise going to have a very busy workload. Was there any discussions about work that needed to be done on this issue before it was ready to go to council?
There was just a understanding that we were working towards bringing the technical information alongside of the litigation information. So our past practice with council is to assist them to make informed decisions. And as it relates to this matter, again, we recognized that some elected officials had familiarity with respect to the project and the various reports, frankly, more familiarity than I did, in that they were long-standing members of the Public Works Committee. But some newly elected officials would not have that familiarity. And then in addition, wanting to speak to the changes in leadership and how the changes in leadership and the repaving in parts led to the discovery of the report. So what I'm trying to highlight is our intent was to bring, a full body of work to committee and council in order for them to understand not only this issue, but this issue in the context of previous information shared with council to assist them in their discussions and deliberations, and ultimately any recommendations or actions coming out of future committee meetings.
Thank you. When you say you're trying to build in the technical information, as of December 6th, what did you understand Public Works was doing to compile technical information?
At that particular time in December, my understanding was they were still compiling information. I'm not sure in December I understood the technical information or degree of technical information we would ultimately bring before council, but they were principally compiling the information, but recognizing that there would need to be some technical content to a future committee meeting.
Did you understand that Public Works was in the midst of doing some project with a consultant about the Red Hill?
In December, I don't believe I had that understanding, no.
Okay. And did you understand that Public Works was going to obtain further information about what these consultant reports actually meant, how to interpret them? That is the Tradewind report and the Golder report.
In December, no, I didn't.
Okay, so do I take it from your answer that you really didn't know what technical information they were compiling? You knew they were compiling some information?
Yes, and by technical, I'm thinking previous technical information that would have been shared with previous terms of council.
I see. Well, that might be a good way to distinguish it then. So you understood they were compiling historical information about the Red Hill and the various work done on the Red Hill, including by consultants. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay. Did you understand they were going out and getting new technical input from consultants?
In December, I don't believe I had that appreciation or understanding, no.
Okay. And in December, you didn't have an appreciation or understanding of the specifics of what the consultant reports were saying? I think you said that before, yeah. Is that right?
Yes, that's accurate. I had not, I don't recall requesting or having access to those reports or reviewing those reports.
Okay, so the issue that was brought to you from staff was really the one that you mentioned before, that this was a report that was discovered. It was going to be made public in the FOI likely, and it had to go to council as a result. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The day after December 6th, Ms. Audie and Ms. McNeil have a call with Mr. Bogosian, who was a lawyer at Bogosian and Allen. Do you recall any discussions on December 6th about legal services wanting to get some external assistance from an external lawyer?
I recall Ms. Audie expressing an interest to leverage some external expertise. I don't recall if that was on December 6th. It may have been around December 6th. Again, it was something that she didn't require the interim city managers or the general manager's authority to do. Ms. Audie, as solicitor, would have that authority under city policy to leverage external expertise. And it happens from time to time as it relates to external legal expertise, subject to the subject matter and our expertise as relates to that matter or workload issues.
Okay, so recognizing that she didn't need your approval, she did give you a heads up she was doing that. Is that right?
She did.
Registrar, can you go to page 214 and 215 of OD 9A, please? Mr. Zagarek, you'll see the bottom of 501 and the top of 502. This is the a document that Ms. Audie worked on called the Retainer Bogosian Doc. Registrar, can you call out the top of page 215, please? And 502 as well, please. Thank you. So this is some of the content of the retainer letter that went to Bogosian. You'll see in paragraph 502. Before this retainer was sent, were you aware that the scope of the retainer would include the 4 points that are listed?
I don't recall having any involvement in developing the scope or reviewing the scope.
Okay, so besides not having involvement, did you have an awareness that Ms. Audie was going to seek a general risk/liability assessment from an external counsel?
I did have an awareness as it relates to the general risk and liability assessment. I'm not sure I had an awareness regarding the FOI process.
Okay, and what about the third one? How to approach SEMA consultant on whether interim measures are needed?
Again, no recollection of the third one nor the fourth one.
Okay, thank you, Registrar. You can close this. Do you recall having any discussions on December 6th with Ms. Audie or other staff about whether interim measures needed to be assessed to protect, to ensure that the road was safe?
I don't recall having any conversations with Ms. Audie with respect to any interim measures. I do recall, and I can't say it was around this period of time, conversations with Public Works. I would have relied more so on Public Works with respect to any interim safety or safety enhancement measures. And again, I don't recall Public Works staff advising me of the requirement for any interim measures.
Okay, when you say you don't recall them advising you, are you confident that they didn't, or you just can't recall either way?
I'm confident that staff advised me that the road was safe. I don't recall Public Works staff advised me the road was safe. I don't recall Public Works staff advising me of the need for any interim measures. And again, my understanding was we were working towards the repaving of the road, and that would ultimately lead to some operational improvements.
Okay, is it your evidence that Public Works staff advised you that the road was safe before you met with the mayor? Again, I'm just using that as a time post.
It was, yes, it was my understanding and recollection that Public Works staff advised me that the road was safe prior to our December, I believe it was December 18th or thereabout meeting with the mayor.
Okay. Besides just saying, Mr. Zagarek, the road is safe, how did they explain to you that they assessed the road was safe?
I'm not sure I asked for that assessment in terms of the road was safe. Public Works staff did share with me that their opinion position that the road was safe, and I would present in the context that no additional measures were required in advance of the repaving of the road.
Okay, so just so that I'm clear about your evidence, so Public Works staff told you the road was safe. Who told you that? Which particular person?
I can't read. It would have been, again, I would have relied on Mr. McKinnon and Mr. McGuire. And at some point through this issue, Mr. Soldo as well, but I can't recall when Mr. Soldo joined in the conversation, in that he had joined the city somewhere either just in advance or somewhere around this period.
Okay, so it was Mr. McKinnon, Mr. McGuire, perhaps Mr. Soldo, who told you that the road was safe, but they did not go into the detail of the steps that they had taken to determine that the road was safe. Is that right?
That's right. I would have relied on their professional expertise.
Okay, and they told you that no interim measures were necessary because of the repaving? Is that your evidence, or was there no discussion about interim measures? I'm a little confused about your evidence.
Apologize for any confusion. I don't recall raising the interim measures. I think what I'm trying to highlight is that staff did not suggest to me that we take any intermediate efforts or interim measures to improve the safety of the road.
Okay, thank you. I have that evidence.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I note that we're past our regular break time, and I wonder if this would be a good time to take a break.
Great minds think alike. I was just going to suggest that, Commissioner.
Okay, well, that's fine. It's 10 past. Let's return at 25 past 11.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, please do.
So, Mr. Segarek, just following from our your evidence just before the break, I understood your evidence to be that you, by December 6th, were of the view that the consultant report needed to be disclosed to council because it had not previously been disclosed to council. Is that right?
That's my understanding. I can't say definitively December 6th, but in around that period.
Okay, but the content, leaving aside the timing for the moment,
Yeah.
content,
Yes.
okay. Why did the fact that this report had not been disclosed to council, why did that in and of itself require a disclosure to council?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Sure, I can try to reframe it, in fact. Why was it the fact that this report had not been disclosed to council mean that you needed to disclose it to council? I'm trying to, I don't really understand the connection between those two things.
So again, this was in the context of the FOI requests and recognizing that the FOI request may lead to this, the contents of this report that was previously not shared broadly being made public. It was staff's previous practice to advise council in advance of information being made public that previously wasn't shared with council, of sharing that information with council and advising them of any impacts that information may have. So as it relates to the potential litigation risks, as well as recognizing that contents in that report would be now shared with the public more broadly.
Okay, so you said that it was a staff's previous practice to advise council in advance of information being made public. That's public in the context of an FOI. Was that the staff practice?
No, apologize, should be clear, not in general with respect to FOI. So we do provide FOI reporting through our clerk's office, but those are general statistics. We don't advise council of every FOI request that comes in and the contents of the response to the FOI requests. I'm raising the FOI in the context of the litigation risks to the city. So recognizing the contents of that release could represent some litigation risks.
Okay. Not only the content of the release, but the fact that it hadn't been released. Those two things together were related to the litigation risk?
Well, more so the content, but recognizing more so in terms of council, the recognizing that this would be new information for some councillors who previously would have been familiar with the file.
So just so the evidence is very clear, this is not just a general staff past practice that any consultant report that's not previously provided to council directly or through a staff report would automatically later be provided to council. Is that right?
That's right. And important to note that it was not our past practice to share consultant reports to council. Staff's role was to provide information, summarize that information, and potentially provide access to those consultants. But again, our past practice was not to share all consultant reports to council, rather to provide the relevant information within those consultant reports through a staff report, if I understood the question.
Thank you. So at the same time as the information for the FOI was being compiled, engineering services staff were also reporting to or on a roads value for money audit being undertaken by the Office of the City Auditor. And on December 4, 2018, Mr. McKinnon forwarded you and Ms. Audie a long email chain on that. Registrar, could you bring up OD9A, page 196? And you can call it 447, please. So this doesn't include the entirety of the email chain. We can go to that if you want, but you'll see what he forwards to you and to Ms. Audie is Gord was in my office not long ago. He's very frustrated about this. He felt he was clear with Dominic and felt a little betrayed with what happened. This is new water for me, and I'm not sure if anything needs to be said to Charles, but if so, not sure it should be me. Any advice? And so I'll just very briefly summarize the underlying email, which was that that audit services, in particular, Mr. Pellegrini, Dominic referenced here, obtained an unredacted copy of the 2014 Boulder report, which included the trade wind report, by coming to Mr. McGuire's office. Do you recall receiving this email and reviewing the underlying email chain?
I do recall receiving this email, and I can't recall if I read the entirety of the email chain.
Okay.
Perhaps we can go to the underlying email chain if the witness is being asked if he recalls reviewing the underlying email chain.
Sure. It's HAM 62000. And you may need to bring up the second image on that document, Registrar. Mr. Zagaric, just for ease of review, it's the bottom of the left-hand page, the left-hand image. Registrar, can you call out Mr. McGuire's email to me? Yeah, exactly. Anywhere in there. That's perfect. Thank you. So I'll give you a moment to read that, but Mr. McGarrick really, pardon me, Mr. Zagaric, really my question was, do you recall having an understanding that there had been a back and forth with Mr. Pellegrini and Mr. McGuire, the result of which Mr. Pellegrini had an unredacted copy of the Golden report and the trade wind report?
At that time, I'm not sure I understood the various staffs who were involved in this matter and the back and forth. As I understood it at that time, or it was my understanding at that time, was in regards to Mr. McKinnon's email, and again, just interpreting it with that broader theme about demands on staff and capacity of staff. But I don't recall having familiarity with respect to the various staff involved in the exchanges.
Registrar, could you close this and call out Mr. McKinnon's email to Mr. Zagaric? Right at the top. Yeah, thank you. So Mr. McKinnon says quite specifically that Gord is very frustrated about this, and he felt it was clear. He was clear with Dominic, and he felt a bit betrayed. So this is not about just resources. This is a different issue that he's seeking your advice on. And so did you review the underlying email so that you could provide a response to Mr. McKinnon?
So again, I don't know that I've reviewed all of the email chain.
Sure.
And I appreciate, again, I did interpret this at the time in terms of the demands on Mr. McGuire in terms of not only this issue, but the work he was leading as it relates to the FOI work, as well as the work he was leading as it relates to other efforts such as budget information. And so at the time, I did not interpret this as a issue with regards to public works and audit services. I think it became clear to me soon after this email when I heard directly from the city auditor.
Okay. We'll come to that. Registrar, you can close this down. In fact, you can close this document down. Before receiving this email from Mr. McKinnon, were you aware of the existence of the value for money audit?
I was aware, but I don't know to what degree I was aware, and I'll try to explain that. As I mentioned previously, the city auditor reported administratively into the city manager, and during this period into myself as interim city manager. As I mentioned previously, I had a practice of monthly meetings. So the city auditor might have raised this as a work item, the value for money roads audit, but I don't know that he did. But I just don't want to exclude the possibility that he raised it with me during those monthly meetings.
Okay, maybe I'll ask it from the other perspective. Had Mr. McKinnon or anyone in Mr. McKinnon's group told you that his staff were being asked by the auditor to provide information about a roads audit?
So I do recall those conversations, but I don't recall if those conversations were after the December email from Mr. McKinnon to myself.
Fair enough. We'll go through some of the chronology on this, and maybe I invite you to, if it becomes clear when you first learned about this, do let me know. Just before we leave this, and recognizing that I think I have your evidence on this, but just so that I'm clear, before receiving the email from Mr. McKinnon that attached Mr. McGuire's email, were you aware that engineering staff had provided redacted copies of the 2014 Boulder report and withheld the trade run report from the auditor?
I wasn't, no. I believe, again, it was that December email from Mr. McKinnon was the introduction of the issue to me.
Okay. So in that email that we looked at from Mr. McKinnon, he said, "This is new water for me. Any advice?" Did you provide any advice to him before you spoke with Mr. Brown?
No, I don't recall providing any advice to Mr. McKinnon. I do recall an email from Mr. Brown and suggesting a conversation between Mr. Brown and Mr. McKinnon, given that Mr. McKinnon, being the general manager, had responsibility and oversight with respect to ensuring the compliance of the audit, city auditor.
Registrar, can you pull out OD9A, page 222 and 223, please? This is over 2 pages and the text is a bit small. Registrar, could you call out paragraph 527 at the bottom of 222 and then also at the top of 223? Is that the email that you were just referring to, Mr. Zagara?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. You want to close that down, Registrar, and if you can call it the next paragraph, please. And so I read this, and I'm just looking at the first sentence for the moment. Charles, as Dan is Gord's direct supervisor, have you raised this with him? So just stopping there, we're going to come back to this email, but on that point, is that what you were referencing just now in your evidence? Mr.
Yes.
McKinnon should be the one dealing with this.
So perhaps he can be shown the rest of the email, because I do think it's important context to confirm whether this is the conversation that relates to the redacted report issue.
Sure, you mean the totality of this email?
Yes, please.
Sure. Registrar, it is HAM 27768. Mr. Zarek, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yes, so I just wanted to,
Down to the email from Mr. Brown to Mr. Zagarek, so he can review what he's responding to.
Sure. Registrar, can you bring out Mr. Brown's email? So this is part of what we were just looking at when the registrar brought up those two callouts together. It continues on to the next image, but just so it's big enough for you to read.
okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
So I believe my question to you was this the email exchange where you were suggesting to Mr. Brown that he should be dealing with Mr. McKinnon?
Yeah, so this is the email exchange. I'm referring to my comment above. Charles has Dan is Gord's direct supervisor. Have you raised this with him? And so this is in the context of my experience in dealing with the city auditor and audit services, principally on the side of compliance audits, is that there is a channel of communication with the auditor if there are issues in regards to the timeliness or demands on staff to satisfy the time demands. Is my past experience is the auditor was open to have those conversations and consider extensions with respect to those timelines. If there's a need to better inform or educate oneself in terms of the role of the auditor, I understand the role of the auditor. Over my years of dealing with treasury issues or financial issues where the auditor may have from time to time done a compliance audit in terms of the responsibilities and powers of the auditor. And so what I was suggesting is reaching out to Mr. Brown to have that conversation and to either seek out clarity, or if the need was for a time extension, to seek the support of the city auditor for that, auditor general for that time extension.
Okay, thank you. I think I understood that from your earlier answer. Registrar, you can close this down. And can you go back into OD9A, page 221 and 222, please? This is quite lengthy. This is email exchanges starting at 5:26 on December 10th with Ms. McNeil, email exchanges with Ms. Audie, Mr. Sabot, Mr. McClellan regarding Mr. McGuire's upcoming meeting with audit services. I think this is in advance of the email that Mr. Brown then sends to you about this. You're not copied on these emails, but you are referenced, and I just would like to ask you a question about that. In the middle of page 222, 1, 2, 3, 5 paragraphs down, it says Ms. McNeil. Registrar, could you call that out? Thank you. So this is about whether this email exchange is about whether Mr. McGuire should go to a meeting on December 10th and what he should do at that meeting. And Ms. McNeil says, agreed, Ron. I did tell Gord that this really should be bumped up to Dan McKinnon and or Mike Zagarek to put the brakes on the audit meeting at this point in time. However, it did not appear that that was going to happen before 1:30 p.m. meeting. So given that the evidence that you just gave, I understood that you were not advised in advance, but can you just confirm, did staff ever ask you to put the brakes on a meeting between Mr. McGuire and audit?
No, staff neither advised me of the need to put the brakes on, nor asked me for my opinion. And again, my past experience with audits is that there are a series of meetings, and appreciating these were compliance audits, but there's a series of meetings that typically occur with general managers and directors that provide staff the opportunity to share information. And if there were concerns, and I'm making some assumptions here that the concern in part may be around the time demands, that's an opportunity to raise during those meetings.
This is unrelated to the issue of the audit, but in the same back and forth between Ms. McNeil, Ms. Audier, Mr. Sabot, and Mr. McLennan, there's a reference to Ms. McNeil advising that Edward Soldo is now perhaps questioning using SEMA for future matters relating to the Red Hill, given the relationship between Brian Malone of SEMA and the fact that his wife, Betty Matthews Malone, was the former director operations at the City of Hamilton during the years we are now reviewing. So you're not copied on this email again. The inquiry is aware that Mr. Malone and SEMA had a number of retainers with the city. Indeed, Mr. Malone and Ms. Matthews Malone are married. Was the issue of a potential conflict of interest, given that spousal relationship, raised with you in or around December of 2018?
It was not. I recall the issue being raised through a series of meetings with Mr. Malone, I believe leading up to our February reports, and someone identifying to me, I can't recall exactly who, the relationship, and my asking whether Ms. Malone had identified a potential conflict, and being advised that yes, she did, and the appropriate ethical walls were established.
And so recognizing in December of 2018, when the staff were exchanging this email, you would not have been aware. At any time, did you have any concern about the information that Ms. Malone provided to you about the steps that she had taken to disclose the spousal relationship?
I was not aware in December, and once I received confirmation from staff that the disclosure occurred and the ethical walls were in place, I was satisfied that there was no conflict.
Thank you. You can close this down, Registrar. I'm sorry, that was a bit of a detour. I'm going back to the audit now. Registrar, could you go to the next page, please? Back to that email that we were just looking at, the top of the email chain. Registrar, can you pull out 528, please? So turning now to the second sentence in that email exchange, I've asked Dan, Gord, and Edward to undertake an immediate external independent assessment of traffic operations on the RHP and possible next steps to secure public safety prior to briefing the mayor and council. So we did just look at the email that Mr. Brown sent you that you're responding to. Why did you convey to Mr. Brown that Public Works staff were going to take steps, the steps that you set out there?
I believe I was sharing it just out of general knowledge as it relates to my understanding of the value for money audit. But again, there was no particular action I was expecting from Mr. Brown or any attention from the audit office. Just again, sharing information.
Okay. Did you request of Mr. McKinnon, Mr. McGuire, and Mr. Soldo that they undertake an immediate external independent assessment of safety operations on the Red Hill?
No, I didn't. And so again, in hindsight, the reference to external is not the proper descriptor. So at this time, recognizing we had new leadership, a fresh set of eyes and understanding there were some historical reports with respect to the expressway. And what I was requesting is for the new leadership to review those historical reports in an effort to determine whether or not they have any recommendations or advice to me as relates to taking any additional measures.
Okay, so you'll recall earlier this morning, you were talking about sort of technical information, and I distinguished that sort of more about the timeline of the past information that the city had received versus obtaining technical analysis by an external person. Is that the same difference that you're raising here in terms of what it says versus what you meant?
Yes, and I believe you captured it previously where it's historical, the historical information. That's what I'm referring to.
Okay, so you did not expect the public works staff to undertake retaining an external independent consultant to complete an assessment of traffic operations?
No, at this time, it was more so to have that fresh set of eyes review the historic consultant reports as it relates to this facility.
Okay, why would you want just a fresh set of eyes? Do you mean a fresh set of eyes because of the fact of the trade wind report?
No, just recognizing that we had new leadership, fresh set of eyes. If there's a opportunity to, as it relates to reviewing that information, if there was a different opinion with respect to any interim safety measures, is welcoming that opportunity for staff to share those opinions.
Okay, so were you expecting staff to review the past information coming from a place? Let me try that again. Let me try that sentence. Let me try that question again. Did you expect these public works staff to review the past information in light of the trade wind report? Or just in any event?
I would describe it in any event. And so again, this is in context. For me, this was in the context of the repaving of the road. And so recognizing that they were compiling this information, is there any observations they would have in advance of the repaving of the road that would suggest any interim measures?
Were you aware at this point that SEMA was conducting a roadside safety assessment?
I don't know at this point. If I can just confirm, this is December of 2018.
December 10th. So it's about 4 days after the meeting that we were looking at before the break.
I don't have recollection of knowing that.
Okay. Mr. Bogosian was asked to provide his legal opinion on December 7th. So just a few days before this and after the December 6th meeting. Is your reference to Mr. Brown here about an immediate external independent assessment of traffic operations? Is that in relation to Mr. Bogosian's opinion?
No. So with respect to traffic operations, so this was the work that Public Works were embarking on with Mr. And I'm not sure I knew that it was Mr. Bogosian at the time with respect to the external legal expertise. My understanding was that they were going to focus on the litigation risks.
Okay, thank you. The end of the last sentence says prior to briefing with the mayor and council. So just again, to give you a bit of a goalpost, this is December 10th. By December 10th, had the decision been made to bring the existence of the trade wind report and Boulder report to the mayor and council?
So in December, and again, I'm not sure at this time, I understood the Golder report, trade wind report. I understood the issues surrounding friction and information not previously shared. And in December, it was our understanding that this information would be made public through the FOI process and needed to be shared with the mayor and members of council.
Okay, mine was really a question of timing. So we're at December 10th.
Right.
Interpreting your own email, had the decision been made to brief the mayor by December 10th?
That's my recollection. Yes, on December 18th, I believe it was December 18th we were working towards.
Yes, this email is dated December 10th.
Yes, yeah.
Who made the decision to brief the mayor before briefing the mayor and council together?
That would have been my decision. So the mayor and the city manager have bi-weekly scheduled meetings. These are check-in meetings that the mayor could ask for updates on issues, or the city manager could bring forward agenda items. And so it was my decision to bring this issue before the mayor on December 18th in consultation with our general manager of public works and our city solicitor.
So in the from this email with Mr. Brown to when you met with the mayor on December 18th, do you recall learning from Mr. Brown that the value for our roads audit would be expanded to include the issue of friction testing?
I don't have that recollection in December. I believe that became clear to me in January of 2019, leading up to February. I recall some emails with respect to the value for money audit and lines of inquiry that was shared between the audit office and myself. But my recollection, that was in 2019, early in 2019, January or February.
Registrar, could you close this down and go to the next page, please? Mr. Zagarek, just to attempt to assist with refreshing your memory. Our registrar, if you could pull out sorry, I'm just trying to see if this will be enough to orient you. I don't think it will. Maybe I'll just take you through this before we go into the underlying document. So you'll see on December 11th, Mr. Brown emailed Mr. McGuire copying Mr. McKinnon, and it was a memorandum addressed to Mr. McGuire with copies to you and to Mr. McKinnon. And then Mr. McKinnon emailed you and Mr. McGuire in response. And just going into those underlying documents, just so you can see it, given your evidence just now. Registrar, could you bring up first Mr. Brown's email, which is HAM 27784, please? And then second, HAM 27786. So this memorandum is dated December 12th, 2018, and it is CC'd to you, and it's short, but you'll see it does have a reference to investigate specific to friction management on the Red Hill. You see that?
I do.
And then Registrar, could you call out Mr. McKinnon's email on the left-hand side at the top? And then Mr. McKinnon says, we need some direction. If I had 5 gourds right now, this would be a challenge. And he says at the end, he goes through some reasons why, and he says at the end, we need some breathing room. So I think your evidence just now was that you received lines of inquiry. This is not the lines of inquiry document per se, but this is a document that references the investigation of friction management. Does that assist with your recollection of when you learned that the auditor was investigating friction management in particular?
I do appreciate the bringing up the memo, because I do recall the memo, and I again, that would confirm that I was aware of it in the middle of December. So thank you for that opportunity.
Registrar, could you close the call out down? So just so that I understand, by December 12th, did you have enough information about the content of the consultant reports that were subject to the FOI that you could connect it to friction management?
Middle of December, I don't know that I had, as I'll be careful about enough content because I'm not sure what enough content is, but I don't know that I had a good familiarity of what the issues were as it relates to friction. So I understood the term friction. I understood the absence of some reporting to council. But middle of December, I'm not sure I had a good appreciation of the issues surrounding friction.
Okay. And you received that email, the one that we looked at before, where Mr. McKinnon asked for advice because Mr. McGuire is feeling betrayed. And the underlying email is about Mr. Pellegrini taking an unredacted version of the Tradewin report and the Golder report. So I've gone through that, but at that time, did you understand that audit services had an unredacted version of the consultant reports that you were talking about in the context of the FOI?
I don't know that I had a understanding what audit services had as it relates to a redacted or unredacted version.
Okay. Did you understand that by this point in December 12th, that there were two potential paths that where the Tradewin report could be made public, the FOI or through the auditor's process where things can become public? Did you understand that there was now two paths and not just the FOI?
So I would say I didn't understand the audit being a path. And if I can just explain that, is that audit services are an internal division of the city. And if audit services were to report to council regarding any content as it relates to a compliance audit or a value for money audit, is that information would be shared through a standing committee that is supported by the city manager, by the general manager of finance corporate services, by our executive director of HR. What I'm trying to highlight is that information would have been made available to leadership so that leadership could provide any companion information as it relates to that audit report. So I didn't see a similarity in terms of the information being provided through audit services versus the information being provided through the FOI process, in that information could be made public. I see more opportunities for awareness and coordination as it relates to audit services, bringing any information to the attention of council.
I appreciate that information about what the path would look like from audit services to a potential public disclosure. That's helpful. My question was really getting at whether you understood that audit services had a document that was also responsive to the FOI, the same one that had never gone to council. Did you understand that audit services now had that, and that could be a path as curvy as it is, and that you've just described, but that could be a path for it to be released publicly as well?
I understood that that information could be made public through audit services, but I understood that we had the opportunity as administration to have more awareness in terms of the timing of that information being made public to council,
Right. Thank you. But you did understand that audit services had a copy of the same document that you were discussing in the context of the FOI.
I understood that audit services had the information that was they were relying upon, and again, I'm not quite sure that I understood it to be the trade wind report, but I think it's fair, reasonable to assume it was a trade wind report.
Moving on to a different topic, Mr. Bogosian provided a draft opinion letter that was sent to Ms. Audie on December 13. Ms. Audie then, Registrar, you can actually close these documents down. Ms. Audie then sent it to Mr. Sabot the same day. And the inquiry hasn't received any documents that you were electronically sent a copy of the draft Bogosian opinion from Ms. Audie or Mr. Sabot. But of course, there's other ways you could have received it. There's also a final version of Mr. Bogosian's opinion that's dated February 4, 2019. Registrar, could you bring up HAM 62512, please? This is the December 13th draft. Can you bring up the next page? Mr. Zagaric, you can take as long as you need to look at this. Did you receive a copy of the December 13th Bogosian opinion in the draft version?
I don't recall receiving a copy of the opinion letter.
When you say you don't recall, are you confident that you did not receive it?
I'm confident I did not receive it.
Okay. And I can pull up the February 4th version as well, if that would assist. It's HAM 64331. Did you receive a copy of this? Sorry, you don't have to have the December 13th. That I was going to confuse. There we go. Did you receive a copy of this opinion at some point after February 4th?
No, I'm confident that I never received copies of the opinion letters.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. Do you recall speaking to Ms. Audie or Mr. Sabot at any point about Mr. Bogosian's opinion or the contents of his opinion before February 4th?
I recall conversations with respect to the opinion as it relates to the staff report, but I can't recall the timing for that relative to February 4th. It might have been before February 4th. It might have been in advance of our January 23rd council meeting, but I'm not certain.
Okay. Do you recall having any discussions with Ms. Audie or Mr. Sabot before meeting with the mayor about Mr. Bogosian's opinion?
I don't have recollection of discussions about Mr. Bogosian's opinion. I have recollections in preparing for a meeting with the mayor in that Ms. Audie would speak to the potential litigation risks as it relates to the report.
So in the meeting to prepare for the meeting with the mayor, Ms. Audie was tasked to speak to that issue when you were speaking to the mayor?
That's correct.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 62512 again, please? This is the December 13th draft. Registrar, we're not seeing it up on the page. HAM 62512. Just going to double check that we haven't lost the registrar.
Sorry, Council. I was typing it in, but it's not popping up now. It's
Okay.
so 61512.
HAM 62512.
Okay, that was bizarre. Thank you for your patience.
No problem. If you go to image 8, please. So this is in the middle of the draft opinion. Registrar, can you pull out when asked to rank? So Mr. Bogosian summarizes a discussion that he had with Mr. Malone of SEMA about Mr. Malone's and SEMA's past work on the Red Hill in 2013 and 2015. And there's a reference to the safety countermeasures that the city had implemented since. And then Mr. Bogosian references this discussion with Mr. Malone when asked to rank in order of greatest contribution to the inordinate number of wet road crashes. Mr. Malone advised as follows. And then he has slipperiness of the road, speeds exceeding the capability of the road given the curvature, curves in the road, and a close proximity of on-off ramps to each other, leading to losses of control and or driver's errors. Do you recall Ms. Audie or Mr. Sabot advising you of Mr. Malone's comments on this ranking?
No, I don't. What I recall were conversations with respect to Mr. Bogosian providing us legal advice in terms of risks, in terms of the slipperiness or speeds. I would have relied on public works staff to advise me or speak to those issues. So I would not have necessarily focused on a legal letter that speaks to road safety issues. I would have more so relied on public works staff to speak to road safety issues.
Fair enough. This is Mr. Bogosian conveying the comments from Mr. Malone, who's at SEMA. Do you remember receiving information about this ranking and how SEMA viewed the ranking?
I don't recall receiving this information from SEMA. I recall having conversations with Mr. Malone, and as I recall, those conversations were in the context of Public Works engaging SEMA as it relates to preparing for the repaving of the roadway. But that would have been, I believe, after this date.
Okay, a fair bit after this date.
Yes.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. You can also close this this document. Thank you. Ms. Contractor, I think I just noticed you're not muted. I wanted to make sure I wasn't. Good?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Registrar, can you go back into OD9, page 223, please? And could you pull out 230, pardon me, 530, please? Registrar, actually, just for a bit more context, could you close the call out and call out 529 and 530, please? So this is still December 10th. And Mr. McKinnon emailed Ms. Malati, that's your assistant, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Audie, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Soldo, Mr. Zagaric, and Ms. Wunderlich, subject line expressway. Mike asked that I connect with you to arrange a meeting this week with the above staff to develop a note relative to the Red Hill to guide the conversation with the mayor. And then you ask your assistant to also request a meeting with the mayor and the people listed in the email. Registrar, you can close that call out. Did you ask for a, or what did you mean when you asked for the development of a note relative to the Red Hill?
I don't recall requesting a briefing note. That wasn't our practice at the time, to prepare a briefing note to frame the conversation with the mayor at these bi-weekly meetings. I believe the intent was more so to determine what Mr. McKinnon will be speaking to, what Ms. Audie will be speaking to, and what I will be speaking to. So more so around roles.
Okay, so not a formal note that you were going to provide to the mayor in writing, but rather a note to be prepared so that staff all knew what they were doing at the meeting with the mayor? Is that what you mean?
Yes, so a formal note to be provided to the mayor, no, that was not our practice.
Yeah.
And with respect to a note, I would describe it more so a framework for the conversation.
Okay. Do you recall any staff providing you with any written framework for the discussion with the mayor?
I don't have recollection of those details now.
Is that to say you're confident that you didn't receive a written note, or you just don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you recall having that meeting that you referenced to arrange a meeting with the staff to develop the note? Do you remember having the meeting with staff to develop the note?
I don't recall having the meeting with staff, no.
Okay. Knowing the way that you like to work and your practices, would you have a meeting with staff in advance of a briefing with the mayor?
So this would have been new to me. So in December, it was inauguration of council in December. So this might have been the first time that I led a biweekly with the mayor. So it would be reasonable to suggest that we did meet to discuss roles and responsibilities in terms of that meeting.
Okay, wouldn't you have led the biweeklies with the mayor before the election?
There would have potentially been biweeklies with the mayor. I don't recall. Typically during the election period, is elected officials are consumed with campaigning. So I don't recall meetings prior to this with the mayor. But there might have been meetings in early fall with the mayor.
Okay.
September, October.
Registrar, could you call up HAM 62518, please? So this is a calendar appointment, and it looks like you'll see the attendees are set out in a way that's easy to read on the bottom on December 14th. And it says CMO boardroom. What's CMO boardroom?
The city manager's office boardroom. And so that is one of two typical meeting locations. It was more usual to have the meetings with the mayor at the mayor's boardroom. The mayor's office has their own boardroom.
Right. And in fact, I think when you met with the mayor, that's where you met, right?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, so this looks like a meeting with a number of public work staff and Ms. Audie. It says Red Hill Expressway. Do you recall this being a preparation meeting for the meeting with the mayor?
It may have been a preparation meeting with, for a meeting with the mayor, or it may have been a meeting tied to the work that staff were still compiling. It could have been a check-in. So I can't say for certain that it was tied to the meeting with the mayor. But as it relates to timelines, reasonable to suggest it had some input to the meeting with the mayor.
So we don't have any meetings from you that you took at this meeting, but we do have notes from others. First, we have a transcription of Ms. Audie's handwritten notes. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 64364? And could you go to image 2 and 3, please? So this is the transcription of Ms. Audie's notes from that day. And I'm going to take you through, there's a few references to you here. Registrar, could you just really for ease of review and being able to see it, can you call out from notes and then down? So your list is as an attendee at this meeting, and there's some additional notes that we have not called out, but just so that you can actually read it. At the top, it says Zagaric, Bogosian, would recommendations change with Golder friction testing? Then it says Bogosian, SEMA, back share friction testing to assess outstanding safety, SEMA, back share friction testing to assess outstanding safety. What do you recall, if anything, about this notation?
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the question, given that Mr. Zagaric did not make that notation.
I'll rephrase. It says Zagaric, and then it has an arrow. Do you recall having discussions about Mr. Bogosian's opinion? And it says, would recommendations change Golder friction testing? Do you remember either asking that question or having any discussions about that notation, or that would reflect that notation?
I don't recall having discussion reflecting that notation, nor do I recall asking a question of Mr. Bogosian's work.
Do you remember having discussions with those in attendance about Bogosian sharing friction testing to assess outstanding safety? Sorry, sharing with SEMA friction testing to assess outstanding safety.
I don't recall any conversations regarding how Mr. Bogosian was relying on SEMA, or how Mr. Bogosian was satisfying himself with respect to any information he required.
Okay. Did you know either way whether SEMA had been provided with a copy of the tradesman report on or before December 14th?
I didn't know.
When you say that you don't recall having any discussions about how Mr. Bogosian was satisfying himself in respect of any information he required, are you confident that that discussion did not occur while you were there, or you just don't remember either way?
I don't remember those conversations, and nor do I remember having conversations regarding how information was being shared amongst the various external experts.
Okay. There's a note that Ms. Audi has made here. It says PW reviewing safety audit. Do you recall learning at this meeting if anything about, pardon me, anything about the work that SEMA was currently undertaking in respect of the Red Hill?
It may have been around this time that I understood that Public Works was engaging SEMA in advance of the repayment of the road. So it may have been at this meeting or around this time of.
Did you understand that SEMA's retainer at this time included an assessment of the friction values of the pavement surface?
I did not know that, no.
Did you expect that SEMA would provide an opinion to Public Works staff about the friction values of the pavement surface?
I would not have had input in terms of the scope of work for SEMA. So I would not have expected it because I typically would not have involved myself in that, the development of that work.
Sure. So I'm not talking specifically about whether it's SEMA being consulted, but at a general level, were you expecting that Public Works staff by this point were going to go out and assess the current friction values of the Red Hill?
I was not expecting it, again, in the context of the road was being programmed for repaving and that staff had assured that the road was safe.
Okay. It says, what can we do in the interim? And then there's a bit of a gap and it says ES enforcement speed, curve, cat's eyes, and then the next bullet is friction. Do you recall any discussions about the safety countermeasures that had been taken up to 2018 on the Red Hill?
I do recall those conversations, but my recollection of those conversations align more with the January and February time period when that information was shared to council and reported on, not only to council, but reported on publicly.
Okay. There's a reference to PW 18008 complete friction testing. Do you have any recollection about any discussions about Public Works reports and reference to completing friction testing?
No, I don't. I have no recollection.
Ms. Audi notes, board can't do anything to the surface, did prelim review tendering timing. And then the next bullet point down is a reference to Q Golder 2017 polished stone, measured texture depth, adequate, pendulum not completed. Do you remember Mr. McGuire providing those in attendance with any information about 2017 testing that had been undertaken?
No. That note's not triggering any memories, no.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. McGuire advising those in attendance that one can't do anything to the surface?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. McGuire providing the attendees with any information about the potential remediation that could be done to the pavement surface if there was a decision to do remediation?
I don't recall that. No.
When you say you don't recall, you're confident that that conversation didn't happen in your presence, or you just can't recall either way?
I just can't recall either way.
At the very bottom of this page, it says need to be confident the safety issue has been addressed. Do you have any insight into how or by whom the safety issue had to be addressed?
So I had confidence in our Public Works leadership team, and when they assured me that the road was safe, that I was satisfied with their expertise and reviewing consultant reports and coming to that opinion. So I was reliant on Public Works and assured that the road was safe.
Okay. Do you recall if those assurances that you spoke about earlier this morning, whether those happened on December 6th or December 14th or both?
I can't recall the specific dates, so it could have happened at either of those dates or both of those dates.
Registrar, you can close this down. So I think you've explained a little about your process for approaching briefing meetings with the mayor, including that this may have been one of your first ones and your process may not have been crystallized yet. What threshold issues or what was the threshold for issues that you brought to the mayor for briefing?
So it could range. It could range from issues that we knew that the mayor had a interest in and the champion of. It could be issues that relate to an opportunity. So where we could leverage a partnership with the federal, provincial government. So those intergovernmental relation matters. And it could be a issue such as this issue that we felt it was timely to be before the mayor to advise him of some information being made public and needing to come before council with respect to how we would present that information.
What was the reason for giving the mayor a heads up before providing this to all of council?
So again, firstly was to bring the issue to the mayor's awareness. I don't recall prior to this advising the mayor of the FOI request, nor someone suggesting that they've advised the mayor of the FOI request and the more specifically the reports that would be made public through the FOI request and the potential litigation risks that are tied to that report. So that was the principal reason for the meeting. And then in alignment with that information, wanting to share some of the information that Public Works leadership were compiling, as well as how that information was discovered by Public Works. And so the circumstances as it relates to how that information was discovered. And again, in terms of our interest to bring all this information forward in a complete manner, was just confirming with the mayor that he was supportive of the approach that staff were taking and the timelines that we were proposing as it relates to that information.
Okay, that's helpful. Your evidence there. My question was specifically why go to the mayor first? And I think your very last point answers that. Is that right? That you were trying to ensure that he was supportive of the approach that staff was taking?
Yes, and it wasn't uncommon to brief the mayor in advance of committee meetings and council meetings as it relates to issues, including sensitive issues. So again, that was my understanding of common practice participating in these meetings as a general manager.
Okay. So the meeting with the mayor was ultimately scheduled for December 18. I think I might have misspoke earlier when I said it was 2 days after December 14. It was, I think, December 18. The calendar invitation lists the mayor, Mr. McKinnon, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Audie, Mr. Soldo, and you and the mayor's chief of staff. Is that the list of attendees to your recollection?
My recollection differs in terms of my recollection of the meeting. I recall Ms. Audie, Mr. McKinnon, myself, and the mayor. I'm not suggesting others weren't in attendance, but that's my recollection of the meeting.
Okay. So I was asking you some general questions about your practice on briefing the mayor. So more specifically to this meeting, who led the discussion with the mayor? Was that you or someone else?
So I recall introducing the issue and then relying on Ms. Audie to speak to the litigation matters. And so the litigation risk in the context of the FOI request and the reports. And then Mr. McKinnon spoke to some of the technical matters, but as well as the timelines, the change in leadership and how information was ultimately discovered.
Did any of you advise the mayor about the existence of the FOI?
I can't recall specifically. I'm assuming it formed part of Ms. Audie's speaking to the litigation risk.
Okay. How detailed was the level of information that Mr. McKinnon provided about the background, the technical matters as you characterize them?
I don't recall it being detailed. Again, this was a communication in the sense of a conversation. So that, again, there was no written material to support the conversation. It was more an awareness for the mayor and to gauge the mayor's response in terms of what we were proposing as it relates to reporting back and the process that we were proposing as it relates to reporting this information.
Okay. Do you recall whether Mr. McKinnon specifically summarized the conclusions in the trade wind report?
I don't have that recollection, no.
Are you confident that didn't happen?
I'm not confident that it didn't happen, but I don't recall getting into a lot of detail with the mayor. These conversations tend to be relatively short, 20-minute, 30-minute items. So I don't recall getting into a lot of detail with the mayor.
Okay. But that key detail that the Red Hill had low friction values according to the trade wind consultant, was that information provided to the mayor?
Again, I don't have recollection.
What about Mr. Moore's involvement in the retainer of Golder to complete friction testing?
I don't recall that being discussed.
What about inconsistencies in the messaging to council or to the public about the existence of the trade wind report?
So I do recall us raising that and discussing it, given that the mayor would have had some familiarity with past reporting. So identifying this as an issue that will trigger some interest from elected officials, especially those who are returning and were returning to the next term of council.
Do you recall if Ms. Audie provided a summary of Mr. Bogosian's draft opinion to the mayor, attributing it to him, or was she just providing an overall opinion on the risk around litigation?
My recollection, it was a general summary of the risk of recollection. I don't recall staff providing any materials such as written materials or getting into a lot of detail.
Okay. Was there any discussion in advance of meeting with the mayor about whether to provide any documents to him?
There wasn't. I don't recall us having that discussion. And again, that wasn't our practice. That's not what I witnessed previously as a general manager.
Okay. Prior to this meeting with the mayor, and I'm sorry if I already asked this, had you received a copy of the trade wind report?
I don't recall receiving a copy of the trade wind report at this time. My recollection is I received a copy in that January-February period. That's my recollection.
Okay. What was the mayor's response to the information that staff shared with him at this meeting?
I recall the mayor being supportive of what staff were proposing in terms of bringing information to committee and council. I recall the mayor raising some questions around process, similar to what staff were discussing. What is the proper standing committee or committee to bring this information forward to? So again, we were left with an impression that the mayor was supportive of what staff were proposing. The question was which standing committee to bring the information forward to.
Okay, so he was supportive in terms of the content of the information. Did he have a reaction that you could perceive?
I would say he was supportive of the approach. I'm not sure that we got into the detail just in terms of content. I don't recall us getting into detailed conversation what we were proposing and with respect to the content. My sense was that the mayor shared his frustration in terms of information being available on an issue that he was familiar with, was reported to previously to council. So I sense some frustration.
You sent some frustration that this information had not been previously reported to council?
Yes, so that this information in the context of many pieces of information previously being reported to council was not previously shared with council or reported to council.
What direction, if any, did the mayor provide on next steps that staff could or should do, besides just being generally supportive of the approach?
I recall that he had an interest in terms of ensuring all information was being brought forward to the standing committee in a complete manner. And I say that in the context, Public Works were working towards some collision reporting and some additional public information. And so the mayor shared an interest in bringing all of that information forward to committee and council. The question was just around process, how to do so.
Okay, and coming to your knowledge, was the mayor the first member of council to be briefed on these issues?
Yes.
Okay, coming out of this meeting with the mayor, what was the timing and the process for where this information was going to be provided to council or committee?
It wasn't clear to me coming out of this meeting that we landed on a timing and process. There was questions regarding continuing to report to Public Works Committee and some of the shortcomings in terms of sharing this information to all elected officials if we proceeded to Public Works Committee versus a General Issues Committee. So it was my impression that the mayor had an interest to report to General Issues Committee. It was just a question about which General Issues Committee to report to.
Okay, and what sort of time in advance did you need to be able to get on the agenda for a General Issues Committee meeting?
We typically, for general managers, there's a bit of a runway in terms of sign-offs on reports. I would say 2 weeks would be a time period that reports would have to be finalized 2 weeks in advance of a committee meeting.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up 9A, page 280, please? And if you could call out 654, please. So the meeting with the mayor was in one of the last days of the business days in December before, as you say, that there's a practice to shut down. On January 3rd, Mr. McKinnon forwarded an email exchange that's not relevant to the rest of this, saying, to Ms. Audie saying, "Hey, Nicole, are you available for a call today? I'd like to discuss the below and what is our plan for updating council? I've kind of lost the thread on this." By January 3rd, in your view, was there a plan that was that had been solidified, or was there, or had Mr. McKinnon lost the thread because it actually had not been solidified yet?
In January, there was a clear intention to bring the litigation matter and support it with some public works reporting. In January, I would say it would have been premature to, at this date, to understand which committee meeting we were targeting as relates to this information.
Why was it premature?
In January, I don't recall there being an understanding in terms of the state of the litigation work and where we had left off prior to the holiday shutdown. My impression was that Public Works were still working towards compiling the information, suggesting they would not have had the necessary time to develop a staff report surrounding the information they were still compiling.
Okay, so you say, I don't recall there being an understanding in terms of the state of the litigation work. You mean Ms. Audie had not yet reported to you
Yeah,
about this?
I don't recall whether in January, whether or not Ms. Audie had drafted up a report to take to council. I believe that work was still outstanding.
Okay, so was there a lack of understanding, or just Ms. Audie had a lot on her plate and had not yet had time to do the draft report?
Yeah. So again, we left off prior to the holiday shutdown. We recognized that January was as well likely the January 19th committee meeting may be a challenge. So again, we did not we did not go into the holiday shutdown with an expectation that staff would be developing these reports for January 19th. So again, that was not my impression that staff were working towards a January 19th timeline.
You referenced January 19th. That was that was a meeting that was a date that you understood was a possible.
Yeah. So again,
Committee?
yeah. So again, many competing demands in terms of the committee calendar. I believe that was our general issues committee meeting, and I apologize because I don't expect people to know all the nuances, but there are restrictions in terms of procedural policy, how information can be brought forward, and that would have been an appropriate committee meeting for information of this nature to be brought forward.
Okay. Just a last attempt to clarify the issue around the status of the litigation information. Did you understand that Ms. Audie had additional work that she needed to do, assessment, expert consultation, et cetera? Or was it a matter that she just needed to find the time to actually write the report?
So it's my understanding that she was still working with the external legal expert, which would suggest that the drafting of the report was still, some weeks away.
Okay. And you said that it was your impression that Public Works was still working towards compiling information. And so you understood that the compiling of information was taking some time and was not yet ready to go to mid-July GIC meeting. Pardon me, January GIC meeting.
That's what I was advised, yes, by Public Works leadership.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can go to page, if you can call it the next page as well, please. So Mr. Zagarek, at the bottom of page 280, Mr. Hertel sends a calendar invite for a meeting for January 7th, confidential agenda in the CMO boardroom. Jen Racine is going to be there, Ms. Graham from communications, you, Mr. McKinnon, Mr. McGuire, and Karen Gordon, who is a principal at Gordon Strategy. Do you recall attending a meeting with these attendees on January 7th?
I do recall attending a meeting, and there might have been a few meetings with these attendees. Yes, I can't recall the specific date.
Okay. Ms. Gordon is someone who I think you wouldn't have otherwise been having meetings with because she's external. Is that something that that assists in your recollection that you had one or two meetings? It's because of her attendance?
Exactly. Yeah. So we engaged Ms. Gordon for her expertise, similar to the expertise we engaged on the legal matter. And it was recommended by our communication staff that it would assist them in terms of reviewing the communication plan that staff were preparing.
Okay. This seems to be the first meeting in which communication staff were brought into the mix, at least in a larger group. Certainly Ms. Graham had been involved because she worked quite frequently with Public Works. But in terms of Mr. Hertel and Ms. Racine, was that your understanding and impression as well, that this is really when the communication side of this issue got going?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. Ms. Graham prepared, she called them minutes, notes of this meeting. They go on for a few pages. Registrar, can you call up 281 and 282? So there, it starts off with an introduction and summary. And it goes through, yeah, thank you, Registrar. That would be good if you can pull that out. So it goes through a background. The previous head of engineering oversaw construction. 2013-2014 studies indicate performance issues on the wet weather. Number of parameters indicate performance of facility. Friction testing in 2013-2014. Did other studies and eventually programmed the facility in 2018. Freedom of information request in November 2018. And then there's another reference to friction. So just stopping there, that seems like a nice little summary of some of the information that Public Works has compiled about the chronology of issues on the Red Hill. Was that the first time that you were hearing those details?
I think this is the first time I would have seen this in a summary form and a bit of chronology and timelines. Yes.
Okay. Was there information in there that was new to you? Maybe I'll put it this way, new and noteworthy to you?
No.
So you had known all of these points before, just not in a sort of spending 20 minutes going through the summary kind of way?
I would say, generally speaking, there's some of the nuances, I'll describe nuances in terms of the relationship of Tradewind to Golder. I'm not confident at this time I understood that relationship in terms of engagement, but I understood the issue of surrounding friction, and I started to become more familiar with some of the timelines at this stage with respect to the previous SEMA reports.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, you can close this down, and if you could call out the next page, 282, sort of up from the top until options for updating. Perfect, thank you. In terms of stone mastic asphalt, it looks like there's also a summary provided at this meeting about SMA. Were you aware before this meeting about the type of pavement surface that was used on the Red Hill?
I don't recall when stone mastic asphalts was identified to me. It might have been through this meeting or shortly around this time. So it would be reasonable to assume around this time.
Okay. In the next section, it says crisis comms plan. Had you reviewed any written crisis communication plan in advance of the January 7th meeting?
No, it was my understanding the January 7th meeting was to share some preliminary framework around the scope and the approach around the communication plan, including some facts and figures, and to get some general response and feedback from Ms. Gordon with respect to the approach that staff were proposing.
Okay. It says we are being queried deeply on FOI. Do you know, did you perceive that the FOI process was a deep inquiry into this issue?
No, and I don't recall following that FOI process. I would have relied on Public Works to satisfy that process. I don't recall continuing to follow that FOI process.
Okay. I presume you would have been interested in when responsive documents were going to be released as part of the FOI process?
Yeah, that's fair, given that staff wanted to advise council in advance of when we would have either known or assumed that that information would be made available.
Okay. Registrar, could you close, actually, last point. Gary's key point, he thought the results were inconclusive because the standard was not used in North America. Understanding that a bit better, and who answers those questions. Was this the first time that you had insight into Mr. Moore's key point about the trade wind report being inconclusive?
It might have been. I don't recall that being a focus in terms of the conversations in January. So it may have been the first time that that this information, again, not my notes, not sure the degree of discussion surrounding this point.
Okay. By this point, January 7th, had you understood that the trade wind report referenced a standard, an investigatory level that was UK based?
My understanding, yes, my understanding would have been it referenced a standard that was a UK based, yes.
Okay. Did you understand if their Public Works was doing any assessment of what this appropriate standard would be to apply in Ontario?
I did not, no.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this down and call out the remainder of these notes? Thank you. So it says GIC, January 16th goal, council, January 23rd, plan B. So earlier, Mr. Zagok, you said January 19th. Did you mean January 16th, assuming that that's the date of the mid-January GIC?
Assuming that was the date of the January GIC, I seem to recall that the GIC, and I could be wrong, was after our meeting with the mayor, but I could be wrong about that.
After a meeting with the mayor in January or in
Yes. In January.
Okay, great. I thought I was confused back to December. All right. But just so that it's clear, the plan was to go to a GIC meeting, whenever that was in mid-January. Is that right?
Yes. So again, recognizing the benefits of bringing this information to a standing committee that had full representation of all elected officials. Yes.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. And Commissioner, I see it is 1 o'clock on the nose. And I'd suggest that we take our lunch break now before I move to another topic.
Okay, that's very good timing. Let's stand adjourned until 2:50.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Scarrick, we're going to be talking now about January of 2019. Registrar, can you pull up HAM 64395, please?
Sorry, Council, do you mind just repeating the doc ID for me?
Of course, HAM 64395.
So is it a native file or?
I don't believe so. It is not an exhibit already, so.
HAM 64395?
Yep. Registrar, I think there may have been some distribution issue to you. We'll try to get it to you. I may just move on in the meantime. Perhaps I'll ask my questions without the document. And if it's not working, then we can just press on.
Okay, apologies. Yeah, I don't have that one.
No need to apologize. Mr. Zagarek, the inquiry has received a copy of your calendar reflecting a meeting with the mayor on January 7th, 2019 from 11 to 12. And it was the calendar that I wanted to show you. Do you recall providing the city's lawyers with a copy of that calendar? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do, yes.
Okay, good. Well, so maybe we can do this without actually going to the exhibit, the missing exhibit. So do you recall having a meeting with the mayor and or mayor staff on January 7th?
I don't recall having a meeting with the mayor or mayor staff on January 7th.
Okay. Is it possible that you had enough meetings with the mayor that you might not remember one meeting over another?
That is a possibility. It was not unusual for the mayor to have to cancel and reschedule biweekly meetings with the city manager because of competing demands. That might have been a possibility, and why that day, why I do recall that day in my calendar, there was a possibility that I was absent that day, but confirming my calendar, I was in attendance. So again, it may have been canceled because of competing demands.
Okay, and there's nothing about the calendar invitation that suggests this is about the Red Hill. The subject is meeting mayor and city manager in the mayor's boardroom. And the invitee is you, and the mayor has invited you. Sitting here today, do you recall if you had a meeting with the mayor about the Red Hill in early January?
I don't have a recollection of meeting with the mayor in early January or January 7th. And if I had a meeting with the mayor, I would have expected to bring the appropriate subject matter experts to that meeting.
Okay. Registrar, I believe that you have a copy of that document now.
Yes, sorry, I don't have it in on queue yet because I just received it. So if you want me to share it, it's going to be native.
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. there any way for you to make that significantly bigger? And you really only have to show the January 7th date? Could you make it even bigger? Mr. Zagaric, I don't know if that's readable for you, and we can't call it out the way we can with documents in our regular system. Is this when I was asking you about this calendar invitation, if you remembered it, is this the document that you were thinking of?
It is readable, and it is the document I was thinking of. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Registrar, can we make HAM 64395 the next exhibit, which I think is exhibit 172?
Noted, Council. Thank you. And yes, it's 172.
Thank you. And you can make, it doesn't have to be a native version that's made an exhibit.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you can close that down, Registrar. Thank you. So, Mr. Zagaric, we'll come to this shortly, but on January 23rd, 2019, there was a council meeting in which city staff reported the existence of a trade wind report. Between December 18th, 2018, that meeting with the mayor that we already talked about, and January 23rd, 2019, did you meet with the mayor about the Red Hill?
No, and so I think I might have misspoken prior to the break. I might have said January 18th. What I was referring to was the December 18th meeting with the mayor in advance of a December 19th GIC. So I apologize for misspeaking prior to the break.
No problem. Thank you for the clarity. So you don't believe you had any meetings with him?
I don't recall any meetings with the mayor regarding the Red Hill. There might have been meetings with the mayor on other matters, but not on the Red Hill.
Thank you. Registrar, can you bring up OD9A, page 294, please? And can you call out 684, please? Thank you. So this is January 10th, and Ms. Audie is exchanging emails with you and Mr. McKinnon about report timing on the RHVE. And she says, can we speak about this ASAP? And Mr. McKinnon says, Mike and I are together and we'll try to call you just after 1 o'clock. And she said, thanks, I'll be in my office. Registrar, you can close that call out down. So she's asking for a discussion ASAP. Do you recall the conversation that you and Mr. McKinnon appeared to have had with Ms. Audie at around 1 o'clock on January 10th?
I don't recall that conversation.
Okay. The subject line is report timing on the RHVP. As of January 11th, had a decision been made about which day and to which entity the first report would go?
So by this time, we were still being driven in part by the FOI, and I can't recall whether the FOI requirements were met by this point. And then having met all the reporting requirements of the FOI, understanding that the information could be made public soon after. So that was a top of mind consideration for us as it relates to being before committee, before council, to advise them of the FOI matter and the potential litigation matters relating to the FOI matter. So again, January, I recall some urgency in terms of working towards a January reporting to council.
Okay.
But I don't recall the timing exactly.
The urgency was that you wanted to get to a committee or to council prior to the release of the responsive documents in the FOI to the requestor.
That's correct.
Registrar, could you go to page 305? And call out 712, please. So just in terms of following that timeline, Mr. McGuire sent a letter to Ms. Watson, who's in the privacy office. I can't remember the exact her exact title, with copies to Ms. Rashford, also in that office, and Ms. Audie, and it has an index of information and 2 bound books of correspondence. So the information is going to the FOI office. Were you kept in the loop about how long it might take to go from the FOI office to the requestor?
I wasn't. I wasn't directly monitoring the FOI process, nor do I recall our FOI office advising me in terms of when the information was shared with the applicant. So again, I wasn't following the issue, and I don't recall being contacted by the FOI office regarding the release of the information.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. And going back to 294, please. So I'm not sure if I fully understood your evidence on this point. As of January 10th, had a decision been made about whether the existence of the trade report would be disclosed to council or to GIC on a particular date?
Not on a particular date. Again, it wasn't clear to us that we could provide the information to the January GIC, which would have limited the information that we could provide directly to council. Council we would be eligible to bring some legal information to council, but not the public works related body of work could not go directly to council. It would have to go through a standing committee.
I see. I'm not sure I understand what the limitation of information that you could provide directly to council would be.
As I understand it, the council, the standing committees report to council, and standing committees are where the issues are presented and debated and deliberated, and ultimately recommendations are made that are then ratified at council. It's my understanding that committee work cannot go directly to council. And so while legal information can go directly to council, all of the public works reporting that we were working towards would not be eligible to go directly to council. It would have to go through a standing committee, such as Public Works or General Issues Committee.
Okay, so as of January 10th, did you understand that there would be one event when information would be provided to the Public Works Committee first, including legal information? I'm just trying to understand how you thought that was going to play out as of January 10th.
So my recollection at this time, January 10th, was that the FOI required information was moving towards completion and not knowing the timelines then in terms of when they would be released. Some sense of urgency as it relates to getting before council to advise them of the FOI issue and the associated report and the litigation risk. And so recognizing that bringing the litigation matter and the public works information was likely not a possibility for the January GIC, we did have to pivot and bring the legal information directly to council on the 23rd. And I believe on the 23rd, we messaged to council that the public works information would follow in report format and presentation format on February the 4th. So we had to pivot a bit because of not being able to meet the January timeline And as I understand the restrictions with respect to bringing some of the information we intended to bring forward to council directly.
Okay, so was it your expectation in early January that the information about the litigation risk and the public works information, being the sort of technical information about the current status of the Red Hill, that those could both go to GIC?
That was our understanding, and that's what we were hoping to do. But we came to a realization that we weren't in a position to do that for the January GIC. And given that as I understand that we were moving towards completing the freedom of information requirements, that we needed to advise council of the issue sooner rather than later.
Okay, and why were you not in a position to be ready to go to the January 16th GIC meeting?
Again, similar to the issues in December, staff were still compiling the information to present to committee.
Okay. Were they compiling information? Because they provided all of it to the FOI office by January 14th. Is it really they were preparing the staff reports?
Sorry, not to confuse the FOI. By compiling information, it's as it relates to the reports to committee and council and the associated information.
Thank you. Registrar, can you go to the next page, 295, please? So on January 11th, Mr. Sabot and others, including Ms. Graham, Mr. Hertel, Mr. McGuire, Mr. McKinnon, and I think Ms. Gordon and Ms. Audie. There's some notes here that reference all of those people in the middle of the page. You're not referenced in this meeting, but it does appear to be a meeting on January 11th. Do you recall attending a meeting on January 11th with Public Works and Legal Services staff?
I don't, and without having the committee and council calendar, we have many budget deliberations in January, and that might have been a conflict.
Okay. There are a number of other meetings through January related to the Red Hill, some of which you attend, it appears, and some of which you don't. Is that consistent with your recollection of your involvement, that you were not, that meetings were happening without you and you attended when you could?
Yes, that is my recollection.
Were you brought up to speed or updated by staff as needed during that period from January 10th to the 23rd?
I know that there were check-ins, and so I would have been reliant on Public Works and Legal Services to provide updates, and those were occurring occasionally.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 326, please? And could you call it 764? So on January 19th, you sent a calendar invitation to Ms. Audie, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Soldo, and Mr. McKinnon with the subject line RHVP discussion for January 21, 2019. By January 21, was the plan crystallized to go to council on January 23rd?
I believe it was, in that we were, again, we recognized we needed to pivot in that we weren't able to bring the legal and public works information to the same committee. So we were looking to bring a legal.
Registrar, you can close that down. And Mr. Zucker, just for a little bit more context to refresh your memory, Registrar, can you leave up OD on 9A and also bring up HAM 35818. This is also not an exhibit. I'm glad you have it. This has a second image, but there's nothing on it. So it really starts at the bottom. You're talking, or your assistant is contacting you on the 18th, asking about if you and Dan decided if the meeting was going to form part of the one-on-one you had with him or a separate meeting before council next week. And you said separate, there need to be a broader group, including legal. And she says, do you want it prior to council? And you said yes. Registrar, you can close that down. But before we leave that, Mr. Zager, do you remember that back and forth with your assistant?
I do. So again, the one-on-one is in reference to monthly meetings with Mr. McKinnon, and my request that this be not form part of the one-on-one, and that we needed a broader audience of staff.
Thank you. Registrar, can you make that document the next exhibit? 173 is the exhibit number, and again, it's HAM 35818.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. So what was the purpose of the meeting that you arranged for that ended up being arranged on the 21st?
The purpose was to prepare for council on the 23rd. Ms. Audie would have drafted her legal report to council for the 23rd, and recognizing that we would want Mr. McKinnon to be in attendance on the 23rd to provide some context to the expressway, and more specifically historic reporting and the timelines, including some of the issues such as the turnover and the new leadership, and as well as the repaving of the of the Red Hill, and the review of consultant reports in advance. So again, recognizing there was a legal report, but with the expectation that Mr. McKinnon would be a committee to speak to the technical issues surrounding the expressway.
Mr. McKinnon was going to provide an oral update and not written materials?
Yeah. So again, my understanding is that we are limited in terms of what written materials we can provide directly to council. And while the legal report was appropriate to provide a written report with respect to the timelines and the chronology and the history surrounding the expressway, that would be information that should be brought to standing committee, not to council.
What did you anticipate or foresee that your role was going to be at the January 23rd meeting?
Given that it was a private and confidential matter led by a legal report, I would have expected the city solicitor to start the conversation, and that it is the solicitor's report to council, and to be available to answer any questions that council may have, and as well as for Mr. McKinnon to be available to provide some context and answer any questions council might have.
So you just referenced that Ms. Audie was going to provide a legal report. Just returning back to your evidence this morning, before you saw this report, what did you understand the risk from a litigation perspective to be exactly?
I don't know that I had an appreciation as to what the risk as it relates to the reports and the information. That's what we were relying on Mr. Bogosian, and I was relying on Ms. Audie to present to council and as well to myself.
Okay, and so over the course of December and January, did she convey more information to you so you had a better sense of what the litigation risk was as it related to the Tradewind report?
That's not my recollection. No, by the end of January, I believe, or January 23rd, we were in a position to advise council of the issue, but we still were not in a position to provide some assessment as to what the legal risks were.
Well, I understand that you might not be, that no one would be able to predict or speculate what sort of risk would it unfold. I'm having a hard time understanding what you understood the litigation issues to be.
I understood the litigation issues to be tied to the report, to the Tradewin report, and information that previously was not shared broadly. That was my understanding as it relates to the litigation issues.
I understand. I think you said that before. Can you provide any more explanation about the relevance of the connection of those two things?
I can just simply expand that the additional information, my understanding, additional information could require or could trigger some additional claims as it relates to the expressway, or it may impact existing claims. That was my understanding surrounding litigation.
Okay. Did you have any more detail about actually how that might play out in practice in litigation?
No, I wouldn't have had a better appreciation or understanding.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 329, please? And if you can call it 771, please. So Mr. Sabot emailed you and Mr. McKinnon on January 20th with a draft of Ms. Audie's report. You said earlier this morning that usually you'd expect a couple of weeks in advance to get a report done. So this is coming fairly late in the day. Is that right?
It would have been, and while it wasn't our preferred approach, it does happen from time to time that we deliver reports. We sometimes refer to them as walk-on reports to council, and so it does happen from time to time.
Okay. Mr. Sabot notes that it's been circulated to Gordon, to outside counsel for edits, and that there could be some further edits. Did you review this draft when you received it, or did you hold off and wait to see if there was going to be more edits before you reviewed?
I can't recall if I recall reviewing the report. I can't recall if I reviewed the draft report or final report. It was more common for me to review a final report of legal services. Again, legal services report directly to council under the signature of the city solicitor. And so unless there was content that I had some expertise to review and comment on, my normal practice was to review the final version of legal services reports.
Thank you. Just to provide you with the context that might be useful for you, Registrar, can you go to page 333? And at the top at 782, so it says the same day. That day is January 21, which is earlier in the narrative of the OD. Mr. Sabot replied to his email attaching two draft reports, a clean version and a version indicating revisions made. And again, says here's a revised draft report to track changes in clean. And we don't have any electronic documents that suggest that you provided comments on either of these drafts. Does that assist in refreshing your memory about which drafts you saw?
I don't recall making edits or comments, so that would be consistent with my recollection.
Okay. Did you understand that Mr. Sabot was sending you these various versions of the drafts and the clean copy as a sort of for your information, or as a for seeking approval?
For my information. So again,
I think I get it, and I just I'm concerned about the time. I really
appreciate that.
I don't mean to interrupt you or cut you off.
Understandable.
Registrar, can you go to 326 and 327, please? And maybe just for the record, because I do feel badly about cutting you off, was it for your information only because legal reports directly to council?
That's correct. And don't feel badly. I'll try to be concise.
Thank you. Registrar, could you pull out the bottom of the left-hand side, 765, and then also the continuation at the top of the next page? Thank you. So Ms. Graham, Jasmine Graham from Communications has notes that appear to be from a meeting, and I think it says meeting with Mike, which I think is you. The document is undated, but it appears to be from before the in-camera council meeting on Wednesday, which would be the 23rd. Do you recall having a meeting with Ms. Graham, possibly with others, in the days leading up to the January 23rd meeting?
So I do recall meetings leading up to January 23rd. I do recall Ms. Graham participating through a series of meetings related to the Red Hill, but I don't recall this meeting referenced in Ms. Graham's notes.
Okay, there's two references in these notes that are on points that I haven't asked you about yet today. One is the speed limit report, and it says it's Edward's report about the speed limit. And then the second is referenced as PW 18008A, end-to-end illumination and friction testing 2017 assignment. What did you understand, if anything, about these two pieces of information and how they played into the process to get information to council?
So I understood these measures of being mitigation measures. I understood these to be measures that staff would be recommending to council. I believe originally we were targeting February 4th Public Works Committee, but that had changed through, I believe, a decision of clerks that ultimately led to February 6th. So I do recall these mitigation measures being raised in the context of reporting to committee in February.
Thank you. And you said earlier, just a few minutes ago, that your understanding was some things could go to GIC or to council, that is the legal issues, and then other things had to go to PWC. Or is this what you were thinking about in terms of the types of items that had to go to the appropriate standing committee?
Yes, exactly. So recommendation actions would go to standing committee, not to council. So staff were recommending these measures and seeking approval from committee. That would have to be committee work.
When did you first understand that Public Works was going to recommend reducing the speed limit to 80 kilometers an hour on a stretch of the Red Hill?
In lead up to our February report, but I don't recall a specific date or period other than leading up to the February report to committee and council. Okay.
For PW 18008A, there's a reference to end-to-end illumination. What information did you have by January 21st about the assessment of end-to-end illumination on the Red Hill?
So I don't have detailed recollection of end-to-end illumination. I do recall the speed limits reduction on a span of the roadway. I do recall increasing some signage, some lighting to signage, but I don't recall a conversation around illumination. Not suggesting it didn't happen, I just don't recall.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down, and if you could pull up HAM 48777. Mr. Zagarek, I asked you at the very outset of your evidence about the senior leadership team and the meetings of those teams. This is a minutes from Thursday, January 23rd, 9 to 12. So that was the same day as the council meeting, but in the morning. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so you'll see 1.1, it says SLT to move in camera at the completion of the meeting regarding RHVP council report. And then Registrar, could you go to the last image of this document? It's image 5. And then there's a reference there, Red Hill Valley camera, Red Hill Valley Parkway in camera. You see that?
I do.
Registrar, can you go back to the first page? So on the column to the right, it says your name, where it says 1.1. Did you add this agenda item to the senior leadership team meeting?
I recall adding agenda items 1.1 through 1.3.
Okay. Why did you move for the discussion about the Red Hill council report to be held in camera at this meeting?
Providing the context being that the information we were sharing had not been shared with committee and council yet. So treating it in a similar manner as we treat committee and council as in camera. And I'll just make the connection to 1.3. It was not the practice at this time that all SLT members would receive private and confidential committee meeting information. So there was an absence of knowledge at senior leadership team as to what private and confidential items might be being discussed at other standing committee meetings. And senior leadership team felt there was a void and trying to understand what issues they may benefit from having an awareness. So 1.1 in part stemmed out of a desire for senior leadership team as captured under 1.3 to have access to private and confidential matters that were being brought to the various standing committee meetings.
Okay. Why was it that you wanted to have an in-camera session of the senior leadership team meeting? And maybe I'll ask, given that these are just minutes of a meeting, they're not minutes of a committee.
So again, under 1.1, it would have been a briefing to senior leadership team as it relates to the issues surrounding the expressway and staff's intention to bring a report to council that evening. And as well, a bit of description as relates to the issues and future reporting. So again, in the absence of SLT being privy to this information through the minutes or through copies of agendas, it was for the benefit of senior leadership team to give them some awareness of this issue that was going to be, we expected would be a broader issue once the information became public.
Okay, so just looking at the attendees, in terms of who had prior knowledge of this and who was hearing this information in 1.1 for the first time?
It may be simpler as to who would have be receiving it for the first time. Mr. Johnson, Mr. McMullen, Mr. Thorne, Ms. Ledbetter, and Ms. Melody, given she had control over my calendar and meetings, would have known of some of the topics or issues.
Okay. So my question before, probably inelegantly asked, was this is an SLT meeting. Why do you go in camera? Is it because these minutes are going to go somewhere and you're worried about it? Or is there some other reason that you actually go in camera in a private meeting?
We go in camera similar to council going in camera in that our minutes are made available to the corporation as a whole. So all staff through leadership have access to SLT minutes.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. So I'm going to ask you some questions now about the general recollection from the January 23rd council meeting. Report SL 19007 was presented by Ms. Audie to the council in a closed session on that day. Do you remember her presentation?
I recall a verbal description of the report. That's my recollection of the 23rd, as well as, sorry.
Go ahead.
Apologize. As well as Mr. McKinnon providing some context as to the issue and just confirming for council on the 23rd that the road was safe. That was a clear objective going on to the 23rd for Mr. McKinnon to confirm as our lead of Public Works that the road was safe. Some context surrounding the reports, the trade wind reports, but again, a verbal summary with a commitment to report back. And I believe at that time we were considering a February 4th Public Works Standing Committee meeting that ultimately was amended to February 6th General Issues Committee.
Thank you. Registrar, could you bring up HAM 61921, please? So I believe that this is the report that Ms. Audie, the written report that she provided on this day. We went through and you said that you got it as an FYI. Registrar, could you pull up the page 1 and page 2, please? So here there's an executive summary, then there's a historical background with some context about the construction and Mr. McGuire reviewing the status of work being proposed and becoming aware of the draft trade wind report. Registrar, could you go to 3 and 4 now? And then there's a reference to analysis and rationale for recommendation. Registrar, could you pull that, the second half of page image 3 out, please? Thank you. So in the second paragraph, it says, the concern is that the trade wind report was not shared with other staff at the time. As a result, subsequent reports and analysis of the condition of the RHVP did not reference this report. And then there's a part that is redacted for solicitor-client privilege. And then in addition, the trade wind report and its content on friction testing have not been consistently addressed in the media. And now that staff are aware of the report and have identified it as a responsive record, the release may have some reputational impact on the city and wide media coverage. Does your recollection of Ms. Audie's presentation follow that these were the primary points that she raised with council?
That is my recollection, yes.
Registrar, you can close this down. You said Mr. McKinnon's focus was on, I want to make sure I get your language, confirming that the road was safe. I think that was your language.
Yes.
What information did he provide to council to provide those assurances that the road was safe?
Mr. McKinnon just delivered the message, just again, relying on Mr. McKinnon and his team in the context of the review of the reports that they had undertaken in advance of the repaving. So at this point, they would have reviewed the historic SEMA reports, and that would have been the basis in terms of Mr. McKinnon's comment. My understanding of the basis.
How did the councilors react to the information that staff presented on January 23rd, to your perception?
I would describe it as varied. So again, along the theme of there were some councillors who were familiar with past reporting and new councillors who this would have been introduced as a new item or maybe less familiar with the issue. For those councillors who were more familiar with past reporting and as it was presented in terms of how the information became available, I would describe them as frustrated. And that frustration could be felt in terms of the tone to some of the questions And so, again, I would describe some counselors as being frustrated. Others, again, I believe they were trying to understand the issue at hand and were maybe reliant upon the subsequent information that we would be bringing forward in February.
Registrar, could you bring up OD9, page 357 and 358, please? While that's coming up, Mr. Zagaric. The following week, Ms. Audie had a conversation with Mr. Bogosian where she relayed some information that came out of council. Registrar, could you call out the top of 358, please? So you'll see 4 lines down. Council wants to know if Brian Malone / SEMA had the trade wind report, if there's anything else SEMA thinks needs to be done to address safety, slipperiness as interim measures pending repaving. So of course, this is Mr. Bogosian's notes, not yours. You're not on this call. But do you recall councillors asking staff to obtain answers to those 2 questions?
I do recall these 2 questions being action items for staff to report back at the next committee council meeting.
So
I understood it. It was what would SEMA's recommendations change, and would SEMA propose any additional recommendations relative to their earlier work?
So going into the January 23rd meeting, did you personally know either way whether Mr. Malone or SEMA had a copy of the trade wind report?
I would not have known whether Mr. Malone or SEMA had a copy of the trade wind report. No.
No, you did not know?
I did not know.
Okay. What about the other staff who attended the January 23rd meeting, like Ms. Audie? If council asked that, was she in a position to confirm factually either way?
I don't know if Ms. Audie would have been in a position to confirm that.
She didn't confirm that at the meeting, to your recollection?
She may have. I don't have recollection of that.
Okay. Did the councillors express concerns about the potential safety or slipperiness, as Mr. Bogosian puts it, on the Red Hill during that meeting?
I don't know that the term slipperiness, and I don't know if these are minutes or someone's notes. So again, I don't recall the reference to slipperiness. Again, my recollection was council was interested if SEMA would revise any earlier recommendations or if they would propose any additional recommendations. That's my recollection of the action items arising from council.
Yeah, I understand those. So this is Mr. Bogosian's notes, receiving information being relayed from Ms. Audie about the meeting. So we'll take, I think we can all take that this is not minutes of the meeting by someone who attended the meeting. So we don't need to focus on the particular words. My concern, or my question, pardon me, was did these 2 questions arise in the context of the councillors being concerned about potential safety issues? Is that where they were asking for these action items?
So I understood that council wanted some independent confirmation beyond staff's comments with respect to commitment, with outside of staff's comments with respect to the safety of the road. I don't recall the specific references. Okay. I don't recall, again, slipperiness or the trade wind report.
Registrar, you can close this down. Do you recall any discussion on January 23rd at the council meeting about Mr. Moore's involvement with the retainer of Tradewind to complete its report?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. Are you confident there was no discussion about that, or you just can't recall either way?
I just can't recall either way.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to 341, please? See at the bottom of this page, on January 25, Ms. Audie emailed you, copying Ms. Fontana, a document called Confidential RHVP Action Plan. Registrar, could you bring up the next page as well? And the attached document had 3 primary points: employee considerations, technical engineering safety, and communication plan with external support. Do you remember discussions coming out of the January 23rd meeting with staff about the action items that were collectively on your plate? I'm sorry, that's a little bit small. I'm happy to have the registrar call these out if you need them to be blown up.
Ms. Lawrence, can I just ask you to repeat the question?
Sure. My question was, do you remember discussions coming out of the January 23rd meeting with city staff about the action items that were on your collective plate?
I do recall conversations regarding employee status, the meet with employee, and that is in reference to Mr. Moore. And in reference to Mr. Moore being on contract for the Hamilton LRT project. The technical engineering safety, I'm interpreting that to be the SEMA questions. So again, I do recall the 2 questions regarding recommendations, past recommendations, and potential future recommendations. And the communication plan, I can't recall if that was discussed or suggested would follow in February.
Okay. And of those 3 items, were any of them your personal responsibility?
With respect to the employee status, that was a action item for me to take away along with Mr. McKinnon and Ms. Fontana. And with respect to current employment agreement, that was for me to take away with Ms. Fontana, as well as our SLT champion for our LRT project. And that was Mr. Thorne, just engaging with Mr. Thorne on Mr. Moore's contract in support of the LRT project.
It seems there are different groups of staff handling all the bits and pieces of this follow-up to get information to council for the next sort of disclosure to council. Would you agree that all staff collectively needed to have one person to look to for final direction and sign off, and that one person was you?
That's fair to say, yes.
Registrar, you can close this down. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 64399?
Sorry, so this one's going to have to be native as well.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Mr. Zagaric, this is just a calendar invitation from your assistant to you and to Ms. Fontana. So just as a reminder, Ms. Fontana is, I'm not sure if her exact title, head of HR
Our executive director of HR. Yes.
Thank you. And it says PW and compensation. This is the same day as the emails that we were just looking at. Did this relate to the employee action item that you had on your to-dos coming out of January 23rd?
It may have been related to the contractual relationship we had with Mr. Moore as it relates to the LRT project.
Okay. I realize I forgot to make an earlier document exhibit, and I'd also like to make this an exhibit. So Registrar, could you make HAM 48777, which is the senior leadership team minutes that we were looking at, exhibit 174, and then this document 175.
Howdy, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. You can close this. So we have, we've talked a little in your evidence about the different committees where this information could go. And I think you had said earlier that that there was a move from going to Public Works Committee with the speed limit report, the end-to-end elimination, those types of documents on February 4, and then that got moved to February 6th. Is that right?
That's correct.
And we've seen a number of documents in the inquiry that relate to this scheduling. It suggests that you have some involvement into that scheduling process.
I wouldn't describe it as involvement. I would say that I recall some elected officials expressing an interest as to which committee meetings these items go to, but ultimately that is the authority of clerks and responsibility of clerks to determine which agenda items go to which standing committee meetings.
Thanks. Why don't we go to that just to give you some reference. Registrar, can you go to OD9A 348, please? Apologies, Registrar. Can you go to the next page? So you're having some back and forth with the mayor about the scheduling of a special meeting. Registrar, could you pull out the under 826, it says Mayor Eisenberg, and then the next one down is Mr. Zagarrett. Can you pull out, yeah, right there is perfect. Thank you. So you say, at a meeting on Friday with councillors Marula, Collins, and Jackson, the councillors suggested that the 3 reports that staff are expecting to bring to the February 4 meeting should be pulled and brought to a special GIC for a potential in-camera discussion. So just stopping there, in terms of this scheduling and leaving aside where the suggestion came from, that's in fact, at the end of the day, what happened, right?
That is the outcome, but
Okay.
again, I don't know how that was rescheduled from February 4th to 6th, other than there was an email between, I believe, the mayor's office and clerks advising of that change.
Okay. And why did you understand that the councillors were making this suggestion to move the reports from PWC to a special GIC?
My understanding was similar to the councillors were trying to work through some of the issues I had identified previously. One of the challenges at Public Works Committee is not all elected officials have standing at Public Works Committee and therefore could not vote. And while they may be attendees, they may be able to ask questions if the chair allows, but they cannot ultimately vote. I believe the other concern of elected officials, and similar to the concern staff had, is that the information would be fragmented, some information being brought forward at Public Works Committee, some information potentially at General Issues Committee, and then some at Council. So an overall desire for all information to be brought to one committee meeting. And I believe at some point it was suggested, in fact, it is in this email here, a special general issues committee to allow for all related items to be on the same agenda.
Thank you. Commissioner, I'm looking at the time. It's 3:16 and we take our afternoon break at 3:15. My suggestion is that we do that now, and I'll speak to council about the remainder of our day.
Okay, so let's take a break until 3:30, and Mr. Registrar will ask you to have council put in a separate breakout room.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Registrar, could you bring up OD9A 348, please? Before the break, we were talking about the meeting with counselors. Sorry, Registrar, could you also bring up the next page? At the bottom of 349, you'll see those 3 points that we were just looking at that came out of the action plan from Ms. Audie: employee considerations, technical engineering safety, and communications plan. Did you raise those points from Ms. Audie's action plan with the counselors during their meeting?
No, my recollection of the meeting that we had with counselors after January 23rd was principally focused on the components of information we would be reporting back in February surrounding.
Thank you. So these three counselors were all longstanding counselors. They were not new to council. And they all have wards that intersect one way or another with the Red Hills. Is that right?
That's correct.
So you said earlier that the counselors with some familiarity had a fair bit of frustration about this information. Were these three counselors in that group of counselors who were frustrated with the disclosure of the existence of the trade wind report?
That was my impression.
Registrar, you can close that call out. And if you can go to page 355 and 356, please. On January 30th, you had some email exchanges with the mayor and with Ms. Paparella from the legislative coordinator. If you see at 8:50, you responded to an original email. I won't go through, there's a few different email chains here, but you'll see that you say, and Registrar, if you could pull this out at 8:50. Dan and I had a follow-up discussion with the counselors we met with yesterday, proposing a reporting process. The counselors were not in alignment with what we proposed. Can you confirm, did you have a second meeting with counselors Marula, Collins, and Jackson with Mr. McKinnon?
There was a second meeting that included the three counselors. The first meeting included Counselor Collins and Marula.
So this meeting with Mr. McKinnon included all three, but the meeting before was just two?
Yes, included Mr. McKinnon and I and the two counselors.
I see, okay. So where you say here proposing a reporting process, what were you talking about?
So with respect to the 4 categories at the bottom of this email, that this was what we were gauging the counselors for their reactions in terms of whether they felt that this information would be helpful in February and satisfying in terms of the information that they were expecting in February. We were careful. I'll say that these meetings aren't unusual. They do occur from time to time with counselors on ward issues or issues that they're champions of. And so again, just gauging their reaction in terms of, did we get the categories right? Are we going in the right direction as the additional information they're expecting and wanting to see?
Okay, so where you say that the counselors are not in alignment with what we proposed, were they not in alignment with the 4 categories or with some other aspect of your proposal?
I believe it was more so in the report we made reference, in the January 23rd council meeting, we made reference to a public works standing committee And that is the issue that I recall the counselors not being in alignment with.
Okay, so the issue that
Yes,
on which you gave evidence before the break.
yes.
You also note here, I've asked Rosanna if she can find time with you to discuss today. Do you recall discussing this issue with the mayor on the 30th?
I don't recall it, but it might have happened.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this call out. So, but this morning you said you had not, you thought read the trade wind report or the Golder report until January of 2019. Do you recall when you first actually sat down and reviewed the trade wind report and the Golder report?
I don't recall reviewing them cover to cover and in great detail. I do recall reviewing the reports, and my immediate sense was they were very technical and beyond my ability to fully appreciate. And again, unless a staff person was making reference to a particular section in the report, again, it was there as a resource to me, but it was not, my recollection is it was beyond my ability to comprehend the charts, the data, and the information in the reports.
Okay, so my question, thank you for that. My question was about the timing of when you reviewed them. So I think I hear from you that you skimmed them. When did that happen?
Around the time of January 23rd and February 6th, around that window.
So sometime after the 23rd, but before the February 6th?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 351, please? And pull up 352 as well. So on January 28th, Councillor Danko emailed you several questions relating to the Red Hill technical questions. So I understand that Councillor Danko is a professional engineer. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
And did this email come after a discussion with him? Were you expecting this email when you received it?
I wasn't expecting the email. It followed a meeting that Mr. McKinnon and I had with Mr. Danko, as suggested by Mr. McKinnon.
Okay. Do you remember when that meeting with Councillor Danko occurred? Was it on the 28th or before that?
It may have been on the 28th. I believe it was in the same time period as we were meeting with the other councillors.
Apart from you and Councillor Danko and Mr. McKinnon, was there anyone else in attendance?
There wasn't.
And so I think that you said this was Mr. McKinnon's initiation to have a meeting with Councillor Danko?
Mr. McKinnon recommended it and I supported it.
Why did Mr. McKinnon recommend that?
Mr. McKinnon recommended it given Councillor Danko's engineering background, and I believe as well in that Councillor Danko was a member of the Public Works Committee, maybe vice chair of the Public Works Committee, and so that was my understanding why Mr. McKinnon requested the meeting or recommended the meeting.
Okay. It's a little unclear from the phrasing of the email who the questions and answers are from. So you see at the bottom, it says one, what requirements were used for the original design of the road? And then there's, instead of a two, it says, I suspect that the 1999 edition of the TAC geometric design for guides was used. I'm paraphrasing, but it seems like there's questions and answers. Are those both coming from Councillor Danko?
Yes, they were. Yeah.
What did you understand the purpose of Councillor Danko providing both questions and answers to you to be?
I interpreted it as questions Councillor Danko had, and it seems as if he's answering his own questions.
Yes.
So
it
that
does
was
sound like-
simply, I interpreted that he had these questions and he was able to satisfy himself as it relates to these questions.
Okay, did you understand that he was trying to provide potential answers to, so that staff could confirm those answers?
No, I don't recall any action items arising as a result of this email. And I don't recall all of these elements in the email being discussed at the committee meeting. So again, I just interpreted it as Councillor Danko sharing his thoughts and answering his thoughts.
Okay, did he send this email before or after you met with him?
After, my recollection was after our meeting.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 359, please? And if you can bring up 360 as well. So on January 30th, a number of city staff attended a conference call with Mr. Malone. Do you remember attending a conference call with Mr. Malone on that day?
I recall a conference call leading up to the February 6th committee meeting with Mr. Malone in attendance. I can't recall the specific date.
Okay, and do you remember only attending one conference call with Mr. Malone during that period of time?
There may have been more than one.
But you can't remember either way?
I can't remember either way. I do recall a conflict with Mr. Malone on February 6th, so that's why there might have been a second one leading up to February 13th council meeting.
Okay, I know Mr. Malone attended conference calls with city staff on January 30th and February 1st. Do you recall attending more than one conference call with Mr. Malone before February 6th?
Again, I can't recall if it's the timing of those conference calls, but there might have been two conference calls that I recall.
Okay. So I think you did attend this one because at the top, about just a few lines down, it says phone call, Gord, Dan M, Jen, Ron Sabo, Mike, and I think that's your name, but misspelled, Sakarik.
Yes.
Jasmine, Edward, John. Do you remember Mr. Bogosian also being on that call?
I don't. I recall Mr. Malone, but I don't recall Mr. Bogosian being on that call.
Okay. What was your role on that call?
It was principally to ensure the various pieces that were laid out, the four components in terms of reporting back to committee were being worked upon. So ensuring that the flow of work was moving forward as it relates to that February date.
Okay, so council on January 23rd had asked for the two follow-ups from CMAT. One, whether they had a copy of the trade room report, and two, if there were additional interim measures. Did you understand that CMA was going to provide answers to those in a written form?
Yeah, my understanding was Mr. Malone had a personal conflict for that date, but would provide a memo, and if I recall, would be available at the subsequent council meeting.
Okay. Registrar, could you go to 363 and 364? So there are a number of different notes from this meeting, given the number of attendees. These are Mr. Bogosian's notes that are transcribed. Registrar, could you call up both of them, everything in the boxes? So you see at the very bottom of the first one, and again, these are not your notes. It says BM, close the RHVE, ? Not necessary. Do you recall staff asking Mr. Malone during the call on January 30th if in SEMA's view, the road should be closed?
I don't recall that question.
Okay. And do you recall Mr. Malone expressing a view that that might lead, that was about whether or not to close the road?
I don't have recollection of that.
Okay. Registrar, you can close those down, and can you go to page 366, please? Thank you. And if you could call out the middle of the page where it says January 30th. That's perfect. So these are parts of transcriptions of Mr. Sabo's notes of January 30th. And you'll see there's TC David Bagot, and then it says Mike Z getting reports now, litigation, liab aspect, safety. Risk if all report to be made public, then could catch litigation reports, TC Brian Malone. So just stopping there, just for clarity, do you recall having a discussion with Mr. Sabo in which you conveyed anything about reports being made public or catching litigation reports? I know it's very unclear, but I'm just trying to understand if you remember speaking with Mr. Sabo on that day.
No. And again, at this stage, we were working towards an assumption that council would expect reports to be made public, in part based on their reaction on January 23rd. So my impression would have been, and was this time, that reports would likely be released by council related to this matter.
Registrar, you can close this down, and could you call up HAM 64331? So this is the final opinion letter from Mr. Bogosian. And could you, Registrar, thank you. So just because we didn't go through this in much detail last time, and I think you confirmed that you didn't see a copy of this. So it has some background facts, and then it summarizes some of the past reports. Registrar, can you go to the next 2 pages? Goes through the 2015 SEMA report. It goes through some of the recommended next steps. And Registrar, if you can go to the next 2 pages. More on that. Apologies, I think I could have said you could skip those 2. If you can go to the next 2 pages, 7 and 8, please. So here there's this reference to this conversation with Brian Malone on December 11th, 2018. And we looked at that, that excerpt about the ranking in order of greatest contribution earlier. Registrar, can you go to the next 2 pages, please? Thank you. So stopping here, there's a reference to a telephone conversation with Mr. Malone on February 1, 2019. So this is from Mr. Bogosian. And he is writing to Ms. Audie. So he says you. So he says you, Mr. Sabo, Mr. McKinnon, Mr. McGuire, and a number of other public works staff had a telephone conversation with Mr. Malone on February 1, 2019 to discuss his preliminary findings. You're not mentioned as an attendee on this call in this document, nor can we find anything that suggests that you're an attendee on that call in any other documents. But just taking a look through what Mr. Bogosian references here on the left-hand side, does that assist you with whether you attended or participated in the call on February 1?
it's not triggering any memories. Again, I recall my time in discussing the matter with Mr. Malone was in lead up to the February 6th. And again, I can't recall the specific date.
Okay. Registrar, you can close these down. And if you can go to, why don't we go to HAM 54381. So I'm not going into the OD just to show you this. So Ms. Audie sends you and others a attached memo from SEMA on February 5. Registrar, can you now go to HAM 54382? If you can call it the next page as well, please. So this is the memorandum that Mr. Malone from SEMA prepares. Do you recall reviewing this when you received it on February 5?
I do recall reviewing the memo, yes.
On images 2 and 3, Registrar, could you bring up 2 and 3? There are 3 questions that are set out here. The first is, in light of the information from the 2014 Gold report, are any changes needed to the recommendations from the previous SEMA reports? The second is, are any additional safety measures recommended, recognizing that the Red Hills is scheduled to be resurfaced? And then the third is, in light of the information in the 2014 Gold report, should the RHVP be closed to traffic in whole or in part until the completion of the resurfacing work? What was your reaction to reading the commentary in Mr. Malone's memo in response to these 3 questions?
So I again, initially, I didn't recall this third question being raised by council. So that was my initial interpretation of the memo. I recall the first 2 questions. Notwithstanding that, appreciate that it was contained within the memo. And as it relates to in terms of closing the reports or closing the road, I interpreted that as consistent with staff's position that the road was safe. And with respect to the alternative routes, again, I would have left that with Public Works to interpret the impact of taking this measure as it relates to traffic increases on alternative routes.
Thank you, Registrar. You can close this down. If you can go back into 9A and page 375, please. So this looks like a meeting with Ms. Audie, you, Mr. McKinnon, Ms. Fontana on January 28, 2019. There's a reference to Jackson Collins Marula, Mike had meeting with. At the bottom where it says action, talk to Gary Wednesday/Thursday. Do you recall making a plan with this group of staff for you to speak to Mr. Moore before the February 6th meeting?
I do recall, and it might have stemmed from the January 23rd in council council meeting with respect to Mr. Moore's employment relationship with the city. Did his past actions compromise that employment relationship? And are there any concerns with Mr. Moore continuing to support the LRT project? So I believe that is the trigger to a January 31st meeting with Mr. Moore.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 378 and 379, please? So it looks like there's some back and forth with a few people adding to a list of questions that appear to be for a discussion with Mr. Moore. And you'll see on 379, there's a number of questions. I'll just give you a moment to look at them, but they do seem to be related to some factual questions. Like, did you commission this? What was the rationale? Did you share the report? Those sorts of things. Did you understand that staff at this point need or wanted answers to these questions and that they did not have them yet?
I didn't understand that these were gaps, maybe rather just confirming staff's interpretation or understanding of past reports and process. That's how I was interpreting some of the technical questions.
Okay, Registrar, can you go forward to page 395 and 396, please? So you met with Mr. Moore, Mr. McKinnon, and Ms. Fontana on January 31. Prior to this meeting, had you spoken to Mr. Moore about the RHVP or the Tradewind report?
I don't recall speaking to Mr. Moore. Sorry, was a question to Mr. Moore?
Yes. Had you spoken to Mr. Moore about the Red Hill Parkway or about the Tradewind report?
No, I didn't.
What was your role at this meeting and how did it differ from Mr. McKinnon's and Ms. Fontana's?
So my role was to set some context in that we were before council on the January 23rd as it relates to a freedom of information request pertaining to a report that Mr. Moore would have had direct involvement in commissioning and in leading. As well, Ms. Fontana was there to observe and just observe Mr. Moore's responses to determine whether there was any concerns with respect to Mr. Moore's previous decision-making actions, processes he followed as it relates to labor relations. And I too was listening with that lens. And then in the case of Mr. McKinnon, it was just confirming some technical facts. And that was my recollection of the meeting.
Did you have any discussions or let me try that again. Did you give Mr. Moore any information about what this meeting was about before it occurred?
Again, just turning to the notes there, I would say the opening comments are fair in regards, again, setting some context. We have this freedom of information request as it relates to Tradewind. Staff were before council on the 23rd, and I can't recall if I suggested we would be back before council in the coming days, whether that was determined to be February 4th or February 6th. But that was the context setting I provided.
Okay, so you did tell Mr. Moore that you'd been to council on the 23rd about this?
That's my recollection.
And you're not sure sitting here today whether you told him that you were going to be back before councilors on the 26th? Pardon me, not the 26th, the 6th?
I can't recall whether I or possibly Mr. McKinnon or Ms. Fontana identified the expectation and commitment to report back.
Okay. So there's a number of questions, and I think you said it's mostly Mr. McKinnon who's sort of asking the factual questions. What was your reaction to Mr. Moore's responses to those questions?
He was very professional, very forthcoming, providing a lot of information around the start of this project. Far more information that I was familiar with going back to 2007, around the process, around value of the methodology or process of the project. My impression was he was willing to provide information, and that was my recollection of how Mr. Moore contributed and behaved.
Did you consider having him attend the February 6th GIC meeting to provide similar context?
No, he didn't. And that was a decision I made. I was of the opinion that Mr. Moore was no longer part of the Public Works leadership team. We had a Public Works leadership team who was leading this work, and I was reliant on that leadership team.
Registrar, can you go to page 398, please? So you'll see on January 23rd, you sent a calendar invitation to Ms. Audie, Mr. McKinnon, Mr. Sabot, Mr. Soldo, Mr. McGuire, Ms. Hurdle, Ms. Graham, Ms. Racine, and Mr. Brown for a meeting titled GIC Debrief on February 4. That's, of course, a meeting before the February 6th meeting, so it's more of a pre-brief. Is that fair to say?
Yes, and I describe it as a bit of a dry run. There were, if my recollection is correct, 4 presentations, and so a bit of a dry run for each of the leads on those presentations to go through their content.
Is it common to do dry runs with staff in advance of committee or council meetings?
It was my practice as a general manager within Finance Corporate Services on issues of significance is to go through a dry run and just to assess the flow of the information and whether or not we needed to make any adjustments as it relates to the flow of the information.
Okay, and Mr. Brown is at this meeting. Registrar, can you go to page 436? So you'll see at the bottom on February 5, Ms. Menard from Mr. Brown's office sent you a confidential audit services report for the meeting the next day. And we know from the documents the inquiries received that Mr. Brown spoke at the February 6th meeting. Why was the auditor's report presented at the same time as at the same meeting as the legal and Public Works reports?
I can't recall if it came about through the conversations on January 23rd or if it was in response to the mayor's desire that all relevant information come to the same committee meeting. So again, the mayor expressed back, I believe in December, desire that all information come forward. And so we saw the opportunity to include the value for money audits as relevant information in the context of the issue.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up 437, please? So the reference at the top, this is really just for context, Mr. Zagaric, is a report regarding friction testing came to Audit Services' attention in November 2018. So you'll recall from this morning that I took you to some back and forth with Mr. Brown about the audit from December of 2018. Between that time and when you received this report from Audit Services, how would you describe your involvement in the work that audit was doing on this value for money audit, if any involvement at all?
I don't recall having any involvement at all. I would describe it as this work was occurring in parallel with the work that legal was leading and the work that Public Works was leading.
Okay. Do you recall when you looped in Mr. Brown and Ms. Menard about the intention to make a disclosure to the counselors about the Trade Wind report?
I'm sorry, could I ask you to repeat that question?
Sure. Do you recall when you looped in, when you advised Mr. Brown and Ms. Menard about the intention to make a disclosure to the counselors about the Trade Wind report?
I can't recall if I advised Mr. Brown or his office of the intention to go before council on January 23rd. So I don't have that recollection.
Okay, do you remember whether or not Mr. Brown or Ms. Menard attended the closed session on the 23rd?
I don't have recollection of their attending the closed session. My recollection is Ms. Adi, myself, and Mr. McKinnon attending, representing staff.
Okay, but sitting here today, you can't recall whether Mr. Brown knew about that, the content of that, your report or not?
I can't, no.
Okay. There were a number of reports and presentation materials that that were circulated in draft and prepared for February 6th. A communications plan, a timeline of events, 3 public work reports, the legal services report, the second one, and the audit services report. So there's a lot, plus the February 4 SEMA report. If you can answer this at the highest level, what involvement did you have in the preparation of these materials for GIC?
So again, just reviewing and helping to coordinate. So the meeting in terms of the various attendees and their pieces of information, allowing them the opportunity to go through a dry run of the information, possibly allowing for the opportunity to review or correct information if it required correcting. Again, it was more around steering the information, not developing the information.
Okay. Mr. Bogosian's final opinion, the one dated February 4, it was not submitted to council. Was there any discussion amongst staff that you were involved in about whether or not to include Mr. Bogosian's report in the council materials?
I don't recall conversation with respect to providing appending the legal opinion. And I don't recall that being a common practice in terms of providing legal opinions. I do recall providing elected officials access to expert legal witnesses if required. But our typical practice was to have the city solicitor provide a report that would have relied upon the legal opinion.
Okay, and to your recollection, did Mr. Bogosian attend the February 6th GIC meeting?
That is my recollection, yes.
Okay. So turning to that meeting, you're not listed as one of the presenters for the closed session agenda presentation. We know that at the close of or at the end of the closed session, you read an apology and a public statement aloud, and we'll come to that. But aside from reading that statement, what was your role in the closed session portion of the meeting?
It would have been answering any questions that committee might have had of me in closed session. And then I do recall requesting a recess. And then when we reconvened was my reading of the public apology.
Okay. What do you recall about the tone of the GIC meeting?
Again, that continuation of frustration at the GIC meeting, and that frustration was, I would describe it as frustration and disappointment, and as it relates to information that previous councillors, those councillors who had history on this issue, understood versus how the information was being presented on February 6th. So again, frustration and disappointment.
Okay, so did you view it there to be more frustration and disappointment at this meeting than there had been at the January 23rd meeting?
Yes.
Why was that, if you have an understanding?
I believe that the February 6th was a expanded conversation, more information, more details around timelines, chronology, and that might have contributed to the building up of frustration over the hours that we were with council that ultimately led to my public apology.
Okay. Registrar, can you close these down and go to OD 10A, page 21, please? So this it may or may not be a possible for you to answer. These are Mr. McGuire's notes from the GIC meeting. And you'll see there's times 6 o'clock and 6:30. In fact, he's listed sort of times throughout. You'll see at 5:18, it says Mike Z not satisfied. Can you shed any light on what the discussion was that would lead to Mr. McGuire making this note?
I can't. That comment's not triggering a memory, sorry.
Okay. Do you remember saying to council that you were not satisfied about anything?
I don't.
Registrar, can you go to HAM 61920, please? So this is the slide deck for the in-camera presentation. I think your evidence earlier was that you reviewed this before it was filed.
Yes.
Registrar, can you go to image 44 of this document, please? So I've just jumped over a number of slides that deal with Mr. McKinnon's comments, Ms. Audie's comments, Mr. Brown's comments, there's Mr. Adele's comments, there's a few different things, but I just want to take you to this recommended communication strategy. So there's tactics on one side and there's timing on the other. And it says media release and fact sheet immediately following February 13 council meeting. So just stopping there, we're at a GIC meeting. And so was your expectation that anything that happened at this GIC meeting would be ratified by council?
That's normal practice. Doesn't preclude any amendments being made at council. Okay.
So we know that the media release, the press release, didn't ultimately get released on the 13th. It got released on February 6th and read aloud by you in the reopening of the open session. Is that your recollection as well?
Yes.
How did it come to be that that timeline for the proposed communications release was moved up?
It was direction from council. Council wasn't satisfied with respect to the timing of the media release and fact sheet, and felt that this needed to be released immediately, and so it formed part of my public apology. I believe it was appended to the public apology. Okay, and the public apology, was that something sought by council? Councillors made reference to the need for an apology, which led me to ask for a recess. Staff convened. We had a bit of a sidebar. Myself, Public Works, Legal, Corporate Communications worked towards the public apology. I ultimately reviewed and approved the final apology, and when we reconvened, I asked for the opportunity to read the public apology to council and for it to be shared publicly.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to HAM 123841, please?
Sorry, Councillor, can I ask for that doc ID again?
Of course, HAM 123841.
Sorry, is this a native or?
I don't think so. Let me just double check that I haven't made a typo. I did. It's not 123. It's 12841. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you.
You bring up the next image as well. So this goes on, but Mr. Zagarek, is this the press release that was drafted during the recess?
The front end, the apology, and then the quick facts would have formed part of the media release that staff were expecting to release after the February 13th council meeting.
Okay. So that had been pre-drafted?
The quick facts, I believe, form part of our communication strategy that was pre-drafted.
Okay. Registrar, could you pull out the first three paragraphs on the bottom of the left-hand side earlier tonight? So were these three paragraphs pre-drafted for potential release on the 13th, or were they drafted during the recess on the 6th?
They were drafted during recess on the 6th.
Okay. Why does it say today committee received detailed information for the first time regarding a consultant's report relating to friction on the Parkway? That's not accurate. They'd received information on the 23rd and the mayor had received information the month before.
So they had not received details of the report. On the 23rd was a legal report that spoke to the issue of a report and contents in the report that was not made public, and that could represent a risk to the city as it relates to current claims and past claims related to the Red Hill. And with respect to the mayor did not receive detailed information in December with respect to the report. Again, staff spoke to the issue, but again, the details were before committee for the first time on February 6th.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. On February 6th, did you have contact with Mr. Moore during the GIC meeting?
I did during the recess. I took the opportunity, just given the tone of the meeting and the direction that the meeting was going into, I took the opportunity to reach out to Mr. Moore to advise Mr. Moore that we were before committee, and I can't recall the detail of information I shared in terms of the purpose for being before committee and the content of information. It was principally to advise Mr. Moore that if he were to be contacted by media or members of the public in regards to his previous role on the Red Hill and in regards to the trade wind report, he should redirect those to a city spokesperson, and that city spokesperson was ultimately Mr. McKinnon.
Okay. Registrar, can you go back into OD 10A, page 51, please? And can you pull out 112, please? So this is an email that Mr. Moore drafted in response to an email that you sent about the disclosure of the trade report. I think it's as a follow-up to an all staff email. Do you recall receiving this email? We can't confirm if it was drafted, if it was sent or not.
Yeah, I don't recall receiving this email. I recall seeing it in preparation for the inquiry, but I don't recall seeing this email.
Okay. Mr. Moore says, it concerns me you went to council with a report and gave me no heads up other than the call. Does that clarify or refresh your memory about whether you told Mr. Moore about an upcoming council meeting when you met with him on the 31st?
Again, I can't recall whether I might have mentioned the meeting and whether Mr. Moore forgot or whether I did did not make any reference to the meeting.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to OD9A, page 160, please? You go to the next page, please. Sorry, can you go to the next page, 162 and 163? I am confused because I've given the wrong OD numbers. Apologies. It's OD 10A, page 160, please. Thank you. In March of 2019, Ms. Menard from the Auditor Services office emailed you and Ms. Fontana about an anonymous and confidential letter addressed to the city auditor received today. Do you recall receiving a copy of actually seeing the underlying letter that Ms. Menard is referring to?
I do recall the letter. I can't recall how that letter came to my attention.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 162 and 163, please? So you'll see on the bottom, I've just jumped through the content of the letter. Bridget, is this author a citizen or a staff member? Is this a whistleblower? And Ms. Menard replied, we are unsure who the author is. It was sent anonymously. Anonymous items do not qualify as whistleblower items. And then you said we need to discuss this afternoon. Why did you want to discuss this with Ms. Menard, Ms. Fontana, Ms. Audi, and Ms. Malati?
So as it relates to my emails to audit, I was interested whether audit would investigate this letter as a whistleblower. Not confident that they would, because I am somewhat familiar with how they deal with issues that are anonymous, and there's no ability to circle back to the individual who provides the letter. And with respect to the broader grouping of staff, given the list of staff members, just wanting to share whether or not there is any content in this report, or sorry, in this letter that would be of concern, warranting any further review. But knowing as well, and I can't recall specific timelines here, but my sense was, given council's previous request for information as it relates to the auditor doing an investigation, I did expect that this letter would form part of the information that may be shared as it relates to an investigation. And at that time, I thought it was an investigation that might be led by the Auditor General, the City Auditor General.
Okay. Did you take any steps outside the Auditor General's office to initiate an investigation into the content of this letter?
No, I didn't. And again, given the lack of a source and the anonymous nature, again, sharing it with others, but with an expectation if there were any concerns in terms of the accusations, it would be form part of the further investigation.
Thank you. And as a matter of course, did you write this anonymous letter? I can pull it up if you need.
I didn't. No need to pull it up. I didn't.
Do you have any information about who wrote this letter?
I have none.
Okay. I have one last question. Registrar, can you go back into OD9A, page 14? And if you could pull out 22, please. So we're jumping back in time to May of 2018. And there is a discussion between an administrative assistant and a senior project manager who says no reports of a sensitive nature are to be brought forward past July 27, as there's a possibility of a lame duck council due to elections. So the election is in October of 2018 that year. Are you familiar with the notion of a lame duck council and any related policy about not bringing particular reports forward during a certain time in an election year?
I am.
What can you tell me about that?
So lame duck is a sort of general term as it relates to restricted powers of council. And going into an election, there's two critical dates where councils may find themselves in a situation where their powers are restricted. Those two dates are a nomination period. So a nomination being in some period in May. If fewer than 75% of incumbents put their names forward for re-election, council then is in a restricted powers or lame duck situation. The second critical date is assuming that date is satisfied, not triggered at the nomination period. The next potential date for restricted powers would be after the election. If fewer than 75% of incumbents are reelected, that would trigger the restricted powers of council. So in 2018, we were, in fact, in a lame duck after the October election. So 5 out of 16 members of council were new. And what that really relates to, the restricted powers are tied to land acquisition, disposition, any expenditures that were not budgeted for exceeding $50,000, as well as any acts as it relates to the employment relationship with legislative positions. So for instance, the fire chief, the clerk, the treasurer. So it does not prohibit council dealing with emergency situations. What it does is it really limits council as it relates to real estate matters, some financial matters. But I do want to point out is, and I don't recall this practice or directive, but I will say is it's not uncommon if there is an issue that is going to staff anticipate multiple conversations with council. We try not to initiate that conversation leading up to an election, because you wouldn't want to be in a position where you start, for instance, a lengthy financial policy taxation issue with the current term of council, only to find yourself restarting that process with the next term of council. So again, I don't recall this as a policy, a practice. I don't recall such a directive. And lame duck is fairly limited around real estate and around financials. And I apologize for the length of my answer.
No problem. I take from what you're saying that this practice did not affect the timing of when staff brought the tradesman report to council in this case. Is that right?
It did not, but I do recall, in fact, we did convene a council meeting, not outside the election period, but we had a flooding event that required deeming it a disaster for the purpose of compassionate grants to residents. And I believe we scheduled a special council meeting in October 2018.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you very much. Commissioner, I understand that the MTO and Golder do not have any questions for this witness, and that Ms. Contractor may have questions for this witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. I have a handful of questions for Mr. Zagaric.
Go ahead, Ms. Contractor.
Thank you. Mr. Zagaric, am I correct that when attending council meetings, councilors are entitled to and often ask staff questions they may have about the particular issue at hand?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And is it important for staff to be able to answer those questions?
Yes.
Can you tell us why?
So again, our objective is to provide council with the information they need to make an informed decision. We often coach staff that's our role, whether that is our recommendations through a recommendation report or providing alternatives. Again, our role is to provide informed information to council, and that's what we strive to do.
Thank you. In your evidence, you indicated that there was a consensus that a wholesome report to council should be presented with respect to the Tradewin report. Do I have that right?
There was, in consultation with Ms. Audie, Mr. McKinnon, and again, this was our past, always been our past practice, is to provide complete information to council. And so, again, we felt that it was important to provide this information for a variety of reasons that I've already identified today, including the fact that we had some new members of council.
Thank you. Mr. Registrar, could we go to HAM 54395 to image 4? So this is the presentation that was delivered on February 6th by staff. And you'll see this slide provides a presentation outline, which shows that there was a reconstructed timeline by theme. So for each of those points, and the timeline goes on for 14 pages. I'm not going to take you through that, but I take it this is the kind of wholesome and comprehensive information that you were referring to.
That's correct. And as well as for those returning counselors who might have questions with respect to the cause for new information, we felt it was important to speak to staff arrivals and departures.
Thank you. Your evidence was that, Mr. Registrar, you can take that down. Thank you. Your evidence was that you don't believe that the mayor was provided a copy of the Tradewin report at the meeting on December 18th, 2018. Do you recall why he wasn't provided a copy of the report?
Again, the intent of the meeting was to provide a summary, as we normally do, to the mayor, and had the mayor ask for additional information or a copy of the report, we would have provided that information to the mayor.
Thank you. Following the meeting with the mayor on December 18th, there was a GIC meeting on December 19th. Could staff bring a verbal update to council about the Tradewin report at that meeting, if so directed by the mayor?
If the mayor directed us to provide a verbal update, we would have, recognizing that was not the preference of council at that time. They preferred to have something written, which is why there was a legal report on January 23rd.
Thank you. And Mr. Registrar, could we please go to HAM 54380? And Mr. Zagaric, the document that the registrar is pulling up is the report by the auditor that was also presented on February 6th, providing an update on the roads audit as it related to the Tradewin report. And you'll see that this report was also presented in camera because it involved litigation or potential litigation matters. Do you see that?
Yes.
Commission counsel asked you if you had an understanding as of December 12th that there were two potential paths where the Tradewin report could be made public. And your response, I believe, was that you did not see them as the same because there was more opportunity for collaboration as it relates to audit services bringing the information to council. And I wanted to understand that a little bit more. What type of collaboration were you referring to?
So the city auditor reports through the same standing committee that the general manager of finance, corporate services, treasurer, and the city manager reports through. That's audit finance admin. Audit finance admin has agenda reviews whereby the chair and vice chair are taken through the various items that will be forthcoming to committee. That would have provided an opportunity for awareness for myself as interim city manager and my colleague, Mr. McMullen, to identify if the auditor did bring forward a report regarding the expressway and trade wind, we would have been aware of that, and that would have opened the opportunity to discuss the report with the auditor, or B, is to provide a companion report, a legal report, ultimately something similar to the January 23rd report. And I'll just expand, apologize for the length again, that my experience with the city auditor has been in principally around compliance issues. Not only do they engage with the program area at the start of the process, they engage with the program areas at the end of the process. So there's an opportunity for staff to engage with the auditor, reducing any surprise factors.
Thank you. And I take it at those meetings, one of the items that would be discussed is whether or not the matter should be heard in camera or not, depending on whether it raises potential litigation or litigation matters.
That would typically be led by the city auditor if their work was still ongoing, or they felt that it could lead to litigation matters. They may consult with legal services on those matters in advance of the agenda, as clerks determine what items are private and confidential. So what I would expect, and based on past experience, is the auditor would consider those factors, engage with the relevant internal departments, including legal, and make such a recommendation to clerks and to the chair of the committee.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Lawrence, anything further?
No.
Okay. Mr. Zagarik, thank you very much for attending. It's been a long day. I'm sure it's been longer for you. You're excused.
Thank you.
Council, we will now stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning. We'll hear the next witness. Have a good evening. Thank you.